to I'm gonna set up. I got another PC that I'm gonna set up, I think, as my stream PC going forward, and to start using it more. I'm so tired of this other computer. I probably should just take the whole thing apart, clean it out, and put it back together, or throw it in the trash. Looks like they nerfed Beastmaster pets. They did nerf them quite a bit. They nerfed Beastmasters a lot. Major trait that gives you 5% to a stat like Wise. Is it 5% off the character's base stat or int? It's all the gear combined. So it's whatever your base plus gear is, plus 5%. We're going to race Isar here to see which way is faster. He went West Gate to Fallen Pass. I'm going West Gate and then through this way to go to the Giants. And we're going to see who gets there first. I might. Trying to avoid doing that too much. Yeah. We need to kill that Seraphont, whatever his name is, guy. See if we can get that hammer to drop. What other weapons are over there on the Giants? Okay. I need to get a new offhand weapon. Yeah, we can do whatever mobs over there. We can do all of them. I don't care. Do that rotation we were doing before. Gotta try to get some more caster gear now, too. I've got the fine black robe. Which one's better? Yeah, the wizard's actually kind of fun. I think the fine black might be a little bit better stat-wise. Yeah, that'll be good. That'd be good for like a druid starting out for sure. Because the fine black robe I don't think has any wisdom on it, but it's got like other stats. You're gonna mess up our race, Kaz. We're racing. Oh my gosh. You ruined our... It's got Traveler's March. I'm not leader. Not. I don't think anybody's leader. Apologize if I missed this, but did an itemization patch go out or still waiting for that? An itemization patch did not go out, but some items have been adjusted, yes. But it wasn't like a big patch with a bunch of different itemization stuff. It was mostly just the monk weapons, like this one right here. Like that. Yeah, no worries. I think I'm going to download OBS and everything on my other PC. Start getting that set up. Yep. Nope. Ah, I got stuck. No more wizard? No, we're going to go try to do some slaying of giants. I'm a giant slayer. So I'm trying to set up OBS on a different computer because I'm tired of my computer crashing all the time. I got to figure out what's going on with it. It's driving me nuts though. I hate having to set up OBS again. But whatever. Alright, well, we'll figure it out. Might try to have that set up for tomorrow. Massive sandstorm and oh jeez. So it's definitely faster going that way. Yeah, way faster. Oh my goodness, I can't see. I'm running somewhere. Into more sand. I'm pretty sure I know where I'm going. If you're at... I mean, you could just run straight into Vale of Zintar from Shallow Shoals. Yeah, it's going to take a few minutes for the storm and for people to get there anyway. Do the double jump thing? Oh, that was super easy to do. But yeah, you can jump out of the water and make some distance. You just can't, like, jump and skip across the water anymore. That was easy. Super easy to do. I did it all the time. Running just as fast as we can, holding on to one another's hand. I don't know where the heck I'm at. There we go. I know where I'm at now. Alright, I see Gith's pet, so I'm going to run to that. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, it's not even that hard to get. Well, I guess it's kind of hard to get. You have to get through that glinting hollow area. What if they reverted the jumping speed boost nerf, but only for dwarves? I'd be okay with it. Trying to find the thing where I can do the multi-stream, but I don't remember how I set it up on my OBS. I'll have to figure out how to do that again. Maybe I just did it. I don't know, man. Oh, yeah, I found it. Huh, easy. Man, this sandstorm's lasting a long time. What the heck? Oh, shocking. Group bug still. Yeah, we're going to have to reform the whole group again. Alright, I left the group. They fixed it today, supposedly. Oh boy. Did somebody reform or no? All right, where are we going? Whatever. Where are you at, Andy? Oh my god. Well, the best way is to do the jumping thing if we're going to go just straight to Old Scar. Should be able to, yeah. Just want to make sure I find it. Here we go. All right, here's the jump. Be careful. Yeah, I made it. Question is, can you go the other way because it's slightly higher? Oh boy. Well, yeah, we're waiting for you on the other side of the two jumps. Jump over. We do need to go to Glinting Hollow at some point and try to do that stuff. I guess the 4th floor or whatever is now available. Has nobody been to the 4th floor until then? Well, might be worth going to do. Not since Alpha, no. Nobody can follow us right now. Are you ready? All right, all good? I have lesser spell shield. No, I don't have your HP buff. My wizard now has lesser spell shield. It's amazing. I've got a level 8 buff on me. I mean, I am wearing it. Yeah, I can take it off. But you do have to put it on to cast it. Hey, we can see. I can see. Supposed to be doing more damage now. I'm not sure if I am or not. I don't know if they actually fixed that bug or not. Like, I don't know. Anybody check to see if they're actually doing more damage now? With the haste fix. Yeah, my damage shield cloak is 10 seconds. It's really annoying. Yep, only lasts 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. Need to go find more better gear. Wayfarer's Bracer. Okay, want that thing? It is not. Pull stuff in here if you want to. There is a point. Alright, let's go do that. Oh my god. Any discussion over the gamma slider and whether it should be removed? There's a lot of discussion on that, yeah. I mean, I would prefer them to remove the gamma slider. I mean, I use it, but I'd prefer them to remove the gamma slider, leave it at 50%, but then increase the brightness overall of the game a little bit and balance that out, because I feel like it's just too dark. Just overall, it's just too dark, and you can't know what the monitor and the computer settings of every single player is, and then also their their lighting in their room or wherever they're playing at. You can't know all that information, so it's going to be very hard for them to really make that work, you know. So I just say just make it better for everybody. Have a nice stream. How do you feel about them saying they will rework the classes? I'm glad. I'm very glad that they're revamping and reworking the classes. I did not like the direction they started to go with them. So I like it, although it's pushing back the part of the reason they're pushing back the release of early access, but I like it. Could they add more light spells and torches? I think they should. Yeah, I do not understand the lack of lighting in the game. I just do not understand why they would do that. It's not like it adds anything, you know. It just I don't get it. I think that like having spells and stuff for light spells, I don't think is any different than Speed of the Wild. So like, why do we have Speed of the Wild, which is this crazy fast buff, but we can't get a light spell to be able to see what we're doing? You know, it just, those kind of things just don't make sense to me. So I don't know. Increase the brightness of the entire game is one of the faults Pantheon did. Don't be a Pantheon. I don't think they need to increase it much, but increasing it some from the default, right? If default at night is this, increasing it to like, you know, like this, maybe like, you know, a good enough thing just so you can actually see. But like this right here, you can't even see sometimes. Like everything is just, it's awful. And you're having to squint, and there's a lot of reasons for it. And most people end up just turning up the gamma or turning up the settings on their monitors or on their video cards or turning the lights down in their room or whatever. They make other adjustments to be able to see in the game. And it's like, we're already making adjustments. Why not just give us a freaking light spell? You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. My wife has the game at 100% and still struggles to see in the dark. Yeah, like I have it 100% and it can be rough sometimes. So I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like it. As an outside observer, I love the idea of pitch black dungeons. So I hope they can figure something out. I think the idea of a pitch black dungeon is amazing, right? Have a dungeon that you go into and it is absolutely zero light and you have to bring your own light sources. That's fine. But to be outside in the world and you can look up and see like stars and 3 full moons in the sky and you can't see your hand in front of your face, that's a bit too much. So there is a middle ground somewhere between those things where we can have enough brightness where we can actually function in normal gameplay, and then have super dark areas where you need to have a torch or a light of some sort, you know, and kind of make that better. So like, I don't know, utilize the darkness. Don't just make it dark for dark. Don't do that. Utilize it and then make it fun, make it an actual enjoyable experience is a different thing. So, yeah, that's just my take on it. You ready? Who knows? Yep. Party bugs still happening where people are getting bugged out of the party. I can try to kick you. Let me see. I'm going to kick you. Yeah, you're still there. Let me see. Right click, party, kick. Can't kick you. Literally can't kick you. Reform the whole party again. Jesus, this is so dumb, dude. How can they not fix it? How do they even break it in the first place? It was working fine, and then all of a sudden everything's broken. Still showing Gammy not in the party, but he's in the party. Oh, there he goes. That's really annoying. Definitely need to adjust brightness with the visual impairment. I can't even play the game. Yeah, I think so too. Like, the accessibility of the game is way, 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 way low. For anybody that has any type of issues, mobility issues or whatever, vision issues, those kind of, they're going to have problems playing this game. And I don't think they should. Nope, it's just him. I don't know, man. This super buggy. Yeah. We're gonna have to all. Well, you're gonna have to completely camp out again. Leave the group and completely leave the game. I kicked you out of our group. Oh my gosh, dude. It's funny because I've seen or been part of several game communities that have gone through this exact same discussion debate. Oh yeah. A lot of the debates in and around Monsters and Memories are basically, oh yeah, we had this discussion with another game 20 years ago. You guys better watch out. It's gonna aggro. Like, it's been an ongoing thing for a long time. There's tons of debates about things in this game that people are just, we know that they're going to be an issue, and here's how it's going to be an issue, here's why it's going to be an issue, etc. Maybe you should do something about it. And then the devs are just like, nope, we're going to try a different way. And I mean, more power to them. I hope that they can do it a different way. I really, really, really do. But some of these issues, I'm sorry, but I don't think that these devs are somehow way more intelligent and just have more knowledge of how to fix some of these problems that have been going on with, much bigger games with much bigger budgets and a lot more people trying to deal with it. And it's like, but all of a sudden, oh yeah, this dev team knows how to do it. Or they are going to make they're going to make the change that we've all been waiting for. That's, I hope they can. But we'll see. What race did you choose? That should be a factor. I'm a dwarf. Have they acknowledged the complaints about the dark? Yes. Yeah. I feel like Discord overwhelmingly supports pitch black outside. No, they have. They definitely have. Are you not grouped? To anyone. That was the issue before, is you were still grouped. I think. A few dark dungeons would be cool. Not being able to see 2 feet. Yeah, that's exactly how I look at it. In front of you, starting zone for 30 minutes is not fun. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's cool to be in a dark dungeon, sure. But it's not cool when you can't see in front of your face at level 1 because you're trying to run around killing stuff outside at night. There's a line there. There's a very distinct line there that I feel like they're just trying to make it dark to make it dark. Is there not a will-o-wisp type item like a light stone? There is, but lighting in this game has a fuel, so it wears out. Where in EverQuest, it was an unlimited thing. You have a light stone and you just have a light, right? In this game, it wears out over time. And people don't want to have to hold it in their hand or take up inventory slots and all that. Like, it's just a whole other thing. Creating a problem that's already been solved. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing that's crazy. Like I don't get it. I don't understand why. Like it's been talked about for decades of gaming. You know, it's. That's what happens when we fart around forever. I don't know. I guess up to Old Scar area. We're gonna get tired of killing this thing. We still haven't found a third drop off of it. But we can try that. The Celifont or whatever his name is. No, you gotta jump. Shame. Once I killed my first Will-O-Wisp in class. Oh, shoot. Once I killed my first Will-O-Wisp in Classic, I kept that light source until I quit. I mean, yeah. Can't you get a lantern belt slot? Yeah. You can. It takes up your belt slot, which is, for me, 8 inventory or 9 inventory slots. And it still has fuel in it. So you got to keep up with the fuel. It's just, the whole thing is just super tedious. So, I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and try to debate with people one way or the other. I can definitely see both sides of it. I like the game being able to be dark, and I like the idea of the lights. I get all of that, and that does make certain parts of the game fun. At the same time, it also can make the game very tedious, makes it more difficult to play for certain types of players that may have vision issues, that kind of stuff, and it just makes it unfun. So, like, both sides have their pluses and minuses to them, but ultimately, you know, the game should be fun for as many people as possible, and you're literally just excluding people just because you want the game to be dark. And that, to me, is kind of a bad take. They should just add light with different colors and radius on an item properly, then sprinkle them on different rings and stuff. I mean, I agree. There's the wizard. Yeah, what are we doing? Like, this is the problem with this group sometimes. Stein already cast Invis, so... there's an unlimited fuel lantern, I heard, but yes, usually just up to Gamma. There might be an unlimited fuel lantern. I've never seen one that actually is unlimited fuel, but there are 2 different lanterns in the game. Whether they're unlimited fuel or not, I can't tell you. They didn't design their game around dark everywhere. They designed it and then made it dark. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I'm coming. I'm coming to help. Watch out for the nuke. Pale Hail unlimited, but only a few classes can wear. There you go. So again, why do you put an unlimited item in the game only for a few classes that they can use it? Like, I don't know, the whole thing just feels bad. There it is. Somebody just linked it to me. Pyramid did. Oh, okay, it's this one? Yeah. But yeah, only only the casters can use it. And you can't get this until like level 50 plus. Like it's not an easy item to get. So it's like you got to go through the entire game with like annoying light, tedious light until you get that particular drop at level 50 plus. You know, it just, the whole thing feels bad. Why can't we have other light sources at lower level? Why is the wizard light, when you cast the new wizard spell to make that their staff spell, it says it adds a light source, but it's such a faint light source. It's like, really? Like this is the light that you added? It's just terrible. Like it just doesn't make sense. The -5 charisma? No, I mean, even with the -5 charisma, it doesn't matter. Think there's enough of a percent excluded that it should change their stance? I mean, I think so. I don't understand the entirety of it. What am I pulling? I need lots of stuff, but it's whatever. This and deeper. As far as we know, but there could be other ones that we just don't know of yet because it's so freaking rare. Yeah, it seems highly likely. So where are we going then? Are we going to go up and around? Yeah, so we need invis, go up and around this. Any idea how rare the rare drops are on bosses? 5%, 1%? It depends. Some items are really rare, some items are less rare. There are some items that are like 5% chance. So you have a boss that's 20% chance to spawn and a 5% rare drop chance. Don't go over there, Cass. Oh my god. Why? We can't res you, dude. I got the brigand. Root the dog. Gonna do pets on it. whatever. Major trait that gets 5% in stats, like wise, character based stat. It's based on your gear as well. It's everything added up. And we just... What? That doesn't make sense. That's good. The magic resistant trait seems so good. The magic resist trait is very good. Yeah, it's very good. Sorry, I was trying to read something. Girlfriend's daughter is doing something for school and whatnot. But yeah, the magic resist trait is very good. I would recommend that as a possible option to take. And at least until they fix some things. They need... Well, I wouldn't say fix is a good word. Until they change some things. I feel like they need to change like the stamina and wise and intelligence one. Those so that you gain the amount of mana. You don't just gain maximum. You gain the actual amount. Because right now, wise and intelligent, the active ability of those is completely worthless. Like, it's absolutely worthless. It's going to increase your damage and healing for, 10 seconds? So you might get a little bit more damage and healing, but it's such a small amount, it's not really worth it. Whereas the active ability of the magic resistant trait is much stronger. It's just much, much stronger. I personally took Fortitude, I think. Yeah, I took Tough, which is Fortitude, and it doesn't... Like, I can use it, and it doesn't stack with Stone Form. It's a whole thing there, so... They just need to change it and fix it. It's just annoying. Yep, that's what's going to have to happen. He's probably taking a weird path back to a different location. Yeah, he's coming towards us. He's going all the way back. Yeah, he's pathing back to some other location. Oh, we can kill it. It's not a big deal. Does it not work? No, it's not going to work. You're going to have to log out. We're going to have to kick you out of the party. There we go. I kicked a Gammy out of the party. I don't know if that solved it or not. Sing a song. See if it hits us. Yeah, it's working. I think you just have to get lucky on which one gets kicked if you kick him. We can kill it. You want to kill it or we want to let it go? Stein, you gonna try to pull for us again? Whatever you bring over here is what I'll kill. I'll leave it up to you. Come out for Surlifont. Yeah, you could try to pull all of it and see if it breaks up. Yeah. That's so dumb, dude. Have you bug reported that? I mean, just more bug reports for the same thing is the better way to get to them. Yeah, makes sense. That pet's not, or that wolf's not moving at all. Oh, is that the leash? So that's the leash thing that's happening? Oh my god. It's got to be broken because they're so big. Because it wasn't doing that for anything else that I was fighting today. That's just dumb. This is so stupid. It's leashing. Because Andy's getting too far away from it, so it's leashing the mob. Oh, we got an ad. Run away, see if it leashes. Yep, it leashed. Like, what? This is so dumb, dude. Like, why? You're not even far away from it and it's leashing. This is ridiculous. What I would like to be doing for items is, there's a mob over here that we're going to try to pull. To get like a hammer that I want. We also want to find out what this Scar. So these wolves can spawn a mob called Old Scar. It's a named wolf, and we only know of 2 of its drops. It should be easy. You just run away. Well, I mean, it seems like it resets by the time you get to max range. Nuke's only 30 meters. Do you have any BIS items yet? Yeah. My my belt is probably a BIS item. That's about it, though. I haven't camped much for myself. I would like to go and camp a bunch of other stuff. But we just haven't been doing it a lot lately. People were starting to get to the point where, like, okay, we only have 6 weeks left. We don't really want to camp a lot of gear. So nobody was really doing it because there was only going to be a few weeks left, and then it was all going to get wiped anyway. So there wasn't really worth spending tons of time trying to get some of the best gear. But now that we have 5 months left, we might actually start to gear up a little bit. But we'll see what happens. Got a quick question about croc meat and hides. Can't cook the meat and can't turn or don't know how to turn gator hides into something. Get one pristine hide, but can't do anything with it. So the pristine hides, I think you can turn in some of those hides. There's like a specific mob or NPC that you can turn in some of that stuff to. Down the beach. But, yeah, you can't turn... I don't know why you can't turn the hides into pelts. Or, like, into scraps. Seems kind of weird to me. Do you think you might be kind of tired of the game with that much time in beta? Nah. I've been playing the alpha for almost a year before it got switched to the beta. You know, I'm not going to get tired of it probably, but other people, sure. A lot of people will get tired of it. I generally don't, though. I could play games like this all day, every day. There's always something else that I could go and do. It'll change and evolve. Yeah, the game's going to change and evolve quite a bit. Oh my god, don't get him started on that again. Remember what he used to do with that spam? That's worse. Let's see. NPC pathing and movement. We're going to do that. And we're going to do... Is it... Well, let me see. Is there an aggro one? Combat and abilities, art, UI issues, audio. We're going to do this. And we're going to do other. We're just going to say leash. Let's try, let's see. Broken item. Combat and abilities. Trade skill. Character art. Audio, performance, text, housing. Trading and item transfer. We'll do it under that. Trade window issues. Items lost. Wrong. Let's see. So many bugs. Is this your job? Streaming is. Content creation is now, yes. Trying to make it trying to make it that way, yes. I'm working on it. With your help, yes, it will be. It's going to be really hard to pull that with because you don't want to be near it, but you don't want to be far away from it either. We can always go do Serlafont. I don't know if that's going to really change much, though. See if you can just lease the pet. Did you root the pet up there? These mobs are super annoying now, trying to pull these. Oh boy. That would have hurt. I had to stun. I'm gonna get hit by this one. I'm gonna die. They need to kick the Sims players flying. Yeah, they definitely don't need that. It would be funny, though. It'd be funny, like, once or twice. And then it would no longer be funny. They didn't make 60 a hell level. I guess that would be annoying for no res deaths. I mean, it would be kind of pointless to make it a hell level. I think they should make it like a different special, like blue flame or something crazy, you know, that just shows, hey, you got to level 60 and you filled up the XP bar. I think it's probably level based. You won't come this far. Two of my friends and me are in the undead castle. We're having a hard time pulling mobs. They seem to lose aggro when not in line of sight. When you're too close to them, it was a pain. Yeah, it's continuing to happen with these guys. The leashing thing is supposed to be limited use and only under certain situations, but it seems to have carried over into some other areas as well. So, I don't know. They did something, and they definitely broke something. I still don't think they fixed that. You got your beta invite? So excited? Nice! Just kidding, you did. Oh, you didn't? I'm sorry that you didn't. I was going to ask, did they send out some midweek? Not that I'm aware of. They sent them out on Friday, but maybe people didn't check their emails until today. I don't know. I don't know what people do. People are crazy. Take it crazy, pals. I've never been able to figure people out, so I just avoid them. You tiny or big man, y'all fighting? It's a very big man that we're fighting. He's a big, fine man. Exactly. Exactly. These adventurers are tiny. Another question I always forget. How can I sit and look around without getting up, or run and look back? Yes, you are missing something. Left mouse click to move your camera instead of right mouse click. Right mouse click turns your character, left mouse click does not. Yeah, so if you're auto running and you left click and hold. Any low level fighter weapons I could try to camp? Define low level, like how low do you want to go? There's some weapons in Wormsbane. I would recommend just using whatever you pick up, honestly. At least for the first like 15, 20 levels. Try to buy some steel weapons or something off of somebody. And then, yeah. There's a few you could go camp, but it's just not really worth it. Level 15. Trying to think where some weapons would be. I can't think of any that are that low level. But I'm sure there are some. I don't know. I mean, there's a two-handed weapon that's in Wormsbane off of like a level 10. Yeah. Yeah, you could do the Telekir Ashira quest for the spear. You have to get, what, 2 or 3 heads and turn them into the guy right there where the cemetery is. It's a pretty decent spear for low level. You can get that pretty early on. You'd probably do better with trying to get someone to craft you bronze, iron, steel weapons for cheap. Yeah, that's what I would do. I would just get steel weapons. Have somebody make you some. I mean, they're super easy. You know, PTSD from the server you're on. Uh-oh. Is the PvP server... I keep hearing, like, mixed reviews of the PvP server. I've heard people say that there's very little PvP actually happening and they're not getting ganked. And it seems to be just a bunch of people that want to be in the PvE server but can't get into the PvE server, so they're just accepting PvP, and it's not that bad. Then I also hear people that are getting ganked at level 2. So, I don't know. Exactly what Inspiration said. The amount of time trying to camp anything at all at low level is not worth it. If you can happen to camp something and getting XP at the same time, then sure, do that. But don't try to, like, go backwards and camp stuff. Just try to keep moving forward level-wise and just try to find camps as you go. It's not worth camping stuff and getting terrible XP on it. You lost aggro. Morons like they'll yeah. See that? I don't like that. Died 3 times in starting area on Spellblade level 1 to 3 and gave up on the PvP server. It's just silly, man. The thing is, it's really crazy about it is people on the PvP server are complaining that there's nobody on the PvP server, and then you make a character on the PvP server and then they instantly gank you at low level, and they're like, "Why is nobody on the PvP server?" Gee, I wonder. Let me think. Maybe you're ruining the game for everyone. That's what every PvP MMO becomes? Exactly. Every time. Can't wait to play this. I was hyped for Pantheon, but that faded quickly with how bad the abilities felt on Rogue. Just constantly debuffed and needing certain debuffs. Yeah. Yep, I get it. The Rogue in this game isn't great. It hopefully will get some love soon. But we'll see. Reality, no one will play it. Yeah. June 1st is just a day now. Yep. PvP people are just silly. They're the most toxic players around mostly. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, yes, I would agree with that. Like the current PvP players that are like in and around these games now are just awful. You know, a lot of them are just awful. You sent a DM. You sneaking into my DMs. I don't know what we're doing. I do not, Burl. I don't have one right now. I've got one that you could probably mess around with maybe, but I think it's somebody else's account. But I don't have one that's completely open. You're gonna... There we go. Cutting it close there, huh? He didn't even cap me or top me off, man. Definitely heal earlier than that. Mm-hmm. Just hope they don't focus too much on the PvP aspect of the game when they make changes. Yeah, we'll see. Are we pulling? Am I pulling more now over here? Get any cool gear since you hit 60? Since I hit 60? No. I have not. Like I said, we have not been camping much gear. Like, the group is just kind of like, well, people have started to hit 60, and we just started to do other things for the most part because people thought that the beta was going to be over in June, so they kind of just, we'll play a little bit here and there. So we haven't really been camping much gear. Right now we're camping Old Scar to see if it has a third super ultra rare drop. We know of 2 drops that it has, but we have not seen its third drop. If it has one, it may not have one. It could also have Speed of the Wild boots, and we don't know it. Who knows? Wow, you barely get far at all. This is so dumb. Look at this. Watch. Like, I run here. Let's see if it'll break. Nope, didn't break that time. Like, I don't understand. Like, sometimes it breaks, sometimes it doesn't. It's so dumb. I feel like the implementation of this leashing that they added just doesn't work right. You shouldn't be taking him out of here is the thing, though. Bring a raid force, go up there, kill him there. That's how it should be. I think all they needed to do was make it to where King summons and roots you in place. Like, if it summons you, you get rooted for 10 seconds. That would literally just kill people unless they're a tank. Like, I think all these big raid bosses should be just summoning people and rooting them. Yeah, and I think they need to do it in this game. That way people can't just kite bosses. Yeah, 100%. I don't like people kiting these bosses, and like the whole solo ability of this game is just way too solo. I'm fine with some things being soloable. I don't have an issue with that, but certain things are just way too solo. I feel like my damage is now less. Feels bad, man. Like, because I think what they did is with the haste, if you have haste, your damage goes down. And I don't think they fixed that. I do not feel like they fixed that. Time to go SK? I mean, maybe. No. You been using those potions, Andy? All right, I've got more. I've got a ton of them in my bank, so use them up. Hopefully fix it by October 1st. Hope they fix a lot of things by October 1st. What's frustrating as someone who's still not sure I want to play at release, not being able to play now is annoying. And last open beta and the upcoming open beta, not be able to play. It's very frustrating, bro. I agree. It's very frustrating. My thoughts on making group better: loot table changes. Only 5 to 6 will get these few possible drops. Yeah, like itemization is one of the fixes that they can do. Upping the XP is another fix. Increasing the difficulty of mobs is another fix. There's a lot of things they can do to make grouping better. They just need to start doing them. It's been way too long. So I try out the wizard next playtest. Yeah, do it. Wizard's fun. I think the wizard is in a good place solo. I think it's in a terrible place for grouping. But I'm making a wizard just for funsies, for having a DPS class. You know, hopefully I can solo with it. You know, for when I don't have people online to do other stuff in a group. That's my goal anyway. See how it plays. But I'll try some different classes. If I'm having fun with it, I might keep leveling it up. You never know. How many players are on right now? Let's see. 450. And it already seems like some of the 60s, certain level 60s, basically hit 60 and they're just like, okay, well, I'm done. And they're already moving on. I guess maybe they're playing other characters, or maybe they're done with the game for now, or what, I don't know. But there's like 28 60s in the game or whatever, according to what Sean's post that he did. Very rarely do you see more than like 10. Right now there's 11 on. This is Veil of Zintar. Might be different now they have extra 5 months. Maybe. Who knows? A lot of people are hanging around level 40-ish as well. Yeah. I think that people are going to start pushing through a little bit more. You know, there was a lot of people that were like, I'm only going to get to level 20. The game's coming out in early access. I don't want to spoil myself, all of that kind of stuff. And I feel like maybe people are going to be more willing to play a little bit more since they have 5 months now. But maybe not. Maybe they're going to be like, I don't want to play at all. We'll have to see. They should try to use you guys to test raids out. We've already tested some raids. They were completely broken. You guys try to break the game, and they patch what you find out. Yeah, there are people that have already broken all of the raids. Not all of them, but several of the raids. And they broke them a long time ago. They sent out like 3K invites, 6K with friend code. Yeah, there's 5,800 total. 5,800 total accounts, I think, in the beta. Where'd this mob come from? We got one here, Andy. I don't know. Kaz pulled something. I hope to see them patch that stuff so you guys can continue testing them. I really hope so too. I think that the leashing was part of that. So Beastmaster was part of the problem. They've patched Beastmaster as of today. And then leashing was another part of the problem, which they put in a patch today. So we'll see. I would like to get my old beta character back. Has way better gear on it. And then, like, give us the opportunity to go and test out some of the raid content. Although, honestly, I don't think raid content's even something they should be working on right now. I don't even think the raids should be in the game at all. Remove them completely, including the level locked stuff at lower level. Remove all of that. Should not be in the game. And then fix the issues that we currently have, and then add in that raid content. Like, we've gotten enough data on the level lock stuff. We've gotten enough data on how broken the raids are. Don't need to do it. It doesn't need to be there. Several people have gotten some. Coffee. So people have gotten several of them though. Like people have like talked about them in chat, OOC, stuff like that. It's not a secret. Yes, he is. It's okay, Andy got world first. So it's all good. Yep. I'm tired of this whole sharing of spells crap that they're doing. Like, it's just... Oh, yeah, 100% that's what's going on. There's was what, 7 of those classes, right? So there's probably 4 spells total. And they share... 2 classes share them, except for the one. Yep. Well, then cleric. It probably doesn't have one, though, because cleric is, you know, redheaded stepchild. It doesn't get anything good. Why would they do that? Dog's always sleeping on the job. The heck's up with that? What you running from there, Stein? I was gonna say Standy. We should start calling you. You disappointed in a later EA date being pushed back? Not really. I'm not disappointed. That's gonna hurt. We got an ad. No, the Geomancer. This thing's gonna nuke like crazy if we don't kill it. There's the nuke. My goodness. These nukes are nuts. And like one interrupter is not enough. Unless, well, maybe a rogue. Maybe one rogue is enough. Fell apart quickly. It lagged, I guess. Like nothing's happening. My goodness, we are killing so slowly. Never tried it, but if you were to press the Magic resists the moment a mob casts the nuke like that. Would you completely negate the damage? No. No, because magic resist, it just increases your magic resist. And you to negate like the nuke damage is like fire or different resist. Magic is more for like magic is more for like mez and maybe root or some of those types of spells. Cleric's Bulwark line would absorb it. The Cleric self-only version would, yeah. But the other one, the one that you can cast on other players would not. So whichever one is, whichever, yeah. Is the Bulwark line the Cleric only? The self-cast one? Did they push a patch? Yeah, today was a patch. There was a patch today. But it was not a good patch. Ultimately, overall, this patch has been pretty bad, which happens every single time they patch. So they fix one or two things and they break like a dozen other things, and then they have to spend days fixing those. It's annoying. It's really annoying. I need it. Oh my god. We should be going to do that kind of stuff. Like, I've been, what? I was saying we should go do it today. They have cast. The bulwark. Oh, you're talking about the damage, the absorption shield thing that they put up. Yeah. Yeah, they have the absorption shield. Is that called bulwark? Is that what the name of it is? Where it just absorbs all damage types. Yeah, we should definitely be doing that. I don't know why. I don't know why we're not trying to push further into that. Aeon 2 officially announced coming this year. Nice. Do you see the gear on some of this stuff? Like the shadow gear? Like, why do you have a shadow gear that has 6 strength, 1 stamina, 6 agility, and it can be used by the 4 int casters, and then Shadow Knight and Spellblade? Like, it just doesn't make any sense, man. Their itemization has been terrible. Like, just terrible itemization. It's also instant cast. Not sure why people are utilizing their toolkit. What about the 40% damage mitigation buff? Doesn't have to be used on every mob. Isn't it only 20%? Yeah. I thought the cleric version was only 20%. Is it 40%? It might be 40%. I could be completely wrong. I haven't looked at it in a while. But yes, cleric is very good about healing up damage and preventing damage to their target, for sure. They absolutely are good at that. I don't know what we're doing. You got a lot of stuff to fix. It was patch day, remember? There's a lot broken. They broke so many things with this patch. Par for the course, though. Which one? Which one are you talking about, Andy? Yes, whatever. My, Miss America Pie. What's going on in the forums? Any fun, juicy stuff happening over there. I'm curious what's going on with the PvP forums. Let's see. PvP discussion. Just people mad about jump on the PvP server? That makes sense. Some people saying if they're melee, they may as well just stand there and die if they pull too many. I mean, yeah, that's true. It's very true. Jump changes update. Oh, okay. What is this? Hey everyone, here's a quick update on the jump changes. We appreciate the feedback so far, both for and against the jump change. We value your thoughts on changes during this beta test period as we continue to implement our game systems, tune the content, and try to balance the challenge and play experience we've provided. Whenever we make changes like this, we evaluate what we're hearing in threads like this one. This is the announcement thread. Anyway, we also review data for how it's affecting players on our beta test servers to see if characters are dying more often, grouping habits change, or if there's a difference in death rates for classes with more pulling or escape abilities. I would imagine that there probably are some changes in all of these things. As Ali mentioned earlier, we are going to fix the unintended bug that slows you down when you jump. So this is happening, an unintended bug that slows you down. So it is actually slowing you down. It's not just a visual thing. I was wondering on that. We've also already reduced NPC speeds as part of this change to balance the jumping change. What? Why would you reduce their speed? Make the game harder, please. For the love of everything, make the game more difficult. Don't reduce the NPC speed just because you reduce the jumping. No, make it hard. Make people die. Like, I hope there's an increase in death rates. There should be an increase in death rates. Anyway, we're going to leave these changes live in the beta service for now, and we're likely to make adjustments in the future as we balance our outdoor zones to have the intended level of danger and challenge. Players are resourceful. We need to give this change some time for you to get used to and learn to adapt your tactics to the new situation before we'll have a good sense of whether it hits the mark on tuning. You know, I was talking earlier today in the stream. This is the kind of statement I want from the devs. Every once in a while, something like this right here is, we're going to leave the changes on beta for whatever it is, or we're going to look at it. We're going to make these changes. We're going to adjust, whatever. We're going to do something about whatever it is. Charm being one of the ones that I want them to actually address in this matter, right? Like, come out here and say, with charm, we want to leave it in as it is to see how it does blah, 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 or we want to do this or that. Let us know what you're doing. Please, so that we know. Anyway. Hey, what's going on, Kirby? All right, what else do we have here? Our goal is to present an engaging and challenging game world. We'd like players to be careful on pulls, feel a sense of danger if they overpull, and utilize the various class abilities to manage pulling safely in the first place and to escape a bad pull if necessary. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. We don't intend for all classes to feel safe outdoors or be able to solo easily. If you're finding it difficult to fight safely, then seek out a partner or small group, or try to get buffs that will help you be more successful. I'm okay with this. Like, this is actually fine. Like, but if you're going to make soloing as easy as it currently is, then you need to make grouping better. This feels really bad right now because the non-solo classes can't get a group because because a lot of people want to group because they're playing solo classes. So then the non-solo classes are just getting doubly bad. It's just doubly bad. It's just awful in so many ways. Anyway, well, we do not want to provide the best possible experience. While we do want to provide the best possible experience for you, we are also in our beta development period and need to be able to try things out, iterate on tuning and balance, and sometimes make changes if what we have isn't working. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Just don't make terrible changes. There is a valuable lesson in here for us as a dev team as well on providing solid communication on what we're changing and why. On providing this right here is literally all I'm asking for. Like, why are you making some of these changes? Just tell us. Just let us know. It makes so much more sense. Like, to us on the outside looking in, we're like, what? This makes no sense. But if you give us, like, here's what we're trying to do, here's what we're trying to accomplish, it lets us know what we should be looking for, what we should be testing, so we can say it's not accomplishing what you set it out to do, or it is accomplishing what you set it out to do. And ensuring changes like this are pushed as a thoughtful package and deliver the intended play experience. Yes, but this is the key word right here, intended play experience. If we don't know what is intended, then we don't know if it's hitting the mark or not. Please continue sharing your feedback with us, but also to give the change a try with an open mind. We appreciate your patience and understanding on this and look forward to your feedback as we work towards our early access launch in a few months. Wow. Come on. Let's see. It took them 2 years of development to understand that you need to tell people the why, the what and why. I mean, exactly. Like, maybe we should know why. Like, what is your reasoning for some of these changes? This right here is the jump change. I don't think it needs to be this wordy, right? It doesn't need to be this wordy, but this right here was probably enough. Like, this little bit of information. Yeah, I don't know, man. This was, I'm glad that they're finally trying to tell us, but keep that information, like, keep it coming. Charm. I would like this statement, but the very beginning of it says charm changes update. And then this. Tell us why. Why we have such crazy bad changes to charm. Like, and another one that says XP, group, solo, whatever, XP changes, and why they want it to be such a bad change. Like, I don't know, man. Why is it okay that people are XPing faster when they're solo? I just want more of that. More of this. We all have different strengths and weaknesses. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Perhaps a paid PR employee could help these situations. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. 100%, Quackums. A PR person would go mile, like, it would just be such a big drastic difference. The devs could tell the PR person, here's the information we want to relay to the community. Write it up. And let them deal with it. Here's the information. Write it up. Perhaps I angle for a job in October. Angle for it now. Honestly, that statement still doesn't say why. It's just game harder, but doesn't explain it really. They said the same thing like 4 times. They did do it. Like they did. But at least we're knowing this right here. If there's a difference in death rates for the classes or pulling or escape abilities, what they're trying to say here, at least what I'm reading, what they're trying to say here is the jump mechanic was allowing every class in the game and every character in the game to be able to escape challenging situations by just jumping. Now they're saying that you can't escape those challenging situations by just jumping. You need to actually use abilities like feign death to get out of those situations. So, oh my God. That's what I'm reading here. That's what I'm reading. Anyway. I feel the same way about the write-up yesterday. Some of it was so freaking amateur and came off as defeatist and negative. I mean, it did, you know, and that was, I think Sean wrote that up, and I like Sean a lot, but yes, that entire why we're pushing EA and all that kind of stuff, there were certain parts of that just could have been omitted. They didn't need to put it in there. It literally did sound like, you know, hey, we're losing sight of our objective. We're losing sight of where we want to be. We're getting it felt burned out. It felt like the dev team was getting burned out, even though they were saying things like we're more engaged than ever. But unfortunately, the rest of it read, we are feeling, you know, we're feeling like we're not accomplishing what we set out to accomplish and all that. So, yeah. I'm not crazy. I cannot get in after you got home. Yeah. It's down right now. It just went down. All right. I'll be back in just a second. I'm going to use the restroom and grab a drink and stuff. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm going to use the restroom, grab a drink while the servers are down. Hopefully they come back up soon, and we'll maybe check and see if they have a patch or what's going on. But be back in a minute. All right, I went ahead and made a quick snack, or like a dinner. A couple of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Cheap, delicious, filling, I guess. I'm back. What the heck? Did we ever roll back? Did we get rolled back? Like, why the heck am I over here? Oop, I need an invite again. I don't know. Wait, I just zoned. Where at? What the heck am I doing? I was at the zone line to glass flats. What? Why? Why? Yeah, why am I at the zone line in glass flats? I have all my items that I've been looting. Like, what the heck? That's so weird. The 50k subs part was really bad. It sounded like he thinks the game is going to fail. It does sound like that way. I would agree with that. It does sound bad when some of the things that he said. I concur. How's every patch this game gets worse? Literally nothing but nerfs every single time. Well, I can tell you why. It's because they made too many classes way too strong from the very beginning. And then now they're having to go back and nerf everything. Like, they should have started in the opposite direction, made everything very weak, and buffed it up until it was where they wanted it to be. The whole thing does feel bad, though. I agree. It feels very bad. Quick question: does taunt build aggro, or is it like EQ? Well, you know, I've got mixed feelings of that or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. It can kind of go both ways. At one point, spamming taunt would build threat. But I've also heard people say that it only puts you at the top now. So I haven't messed with it too much. What I need to do is hit taunt. I need to test it. I really need to test it. Just go up to something and hit taunt several times on it. And then see if somebody can pull the aggro off of me. I could probably test it with Stein. I don't have any invis potions, so I'm not going to be able to get over there. How do we know how taunt works? I mean, in development is one thing, but not telling us is simply silly. Well, it says right here, your taunt targets draws their attention, etc. So we do know how it works. And how it works is if you are below the top spot and you use taunt and it doesn't get resisted, it moves you to the top spot plus one threat, effectively, right? So it just moves you to the top. But the thing that people don't know is if it adds threat, because it doesn't say that it adds threat here, but it says it draws their taunt your target, drawing their attention. At one point, it did add threat, but now I don't know. Whereas something like Rend, it says increases your threat against them. So Rend definitely adds threat. Well, at least the description says it definitely adds threat. It may not. I would probably use it for emergency, like if a healer is getting beat on. That's what it's meant to be used for. I spam it. And it seems like it does. It gives you more threat. Oh gosh, I almost died. That was almost bad. You can go whenever. I mean, yeah, we can keep going if people want to. Or we cannot. I'm happy to stay here and keep farming stuff if people want to try. That's kind of the point. Description should be sacred, and then again, I'm old school, I guess. I mean, I agree. I think the description should tell you what it does. But yeah, it does not currently do that. Someone who played some EQ and Pantheon, what is the newbie-friendly class choices here? Got a friend who was interested that never played. Oh, apparently I lost Sal too. That's all right. I'll be fine. Newbie-friendly classes, I would say, are like the easy-to-play martial classes. Like a rogue would probably be fairly easy, straightforward. Spellblade is actually really easy, despite it being... It's a complicated class, like if you don't understand how it works. But then once you understand it, it's really just cast a buff. It's really just cast buff and cast buff and turn on auto attack. So it's a really easy class to play. Wizard's pretty easy. If you play it just a standard wizard where you just stand up, nuke, sit down, med, pretty easy. Don't need more people playing Spellblade and saying we suck. Nah, Spellblade is really good. It's actually a really strong class. It's just boring. Yeah, it's just a crazy boring class. Don't read Discord. They are good and boring, but Discord will tell you we suck rocks. Yeah, well, the thing I've learned about Discord is players will get to about level 20 and then make very bold statements on a class as if they know what the rest of the class is going to be all the way up to level 60, and they have no clue what they're talking about. That's my take of Discord. Careful with that. Boring classes should exist. I want them for myself. No, boring classes should exist. I didn't say that they shouldn't exist. I think that some low APM boring classes should absolutely exist. I'm a big advocate for it, actually. I think that the cleric should be one of those low APM, very boring, easy to play classes. You sit down, somebody takes damage, you stand up, you heal them, you sit back down. That's it. That's what the class should be doing. They should just do it exceptionally well. But there are people that disagree with that. This is coming from 55 Alpha and a 47 Spellblade and Beta. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but they are a boring class. You got to admit, right? They're a very good class, but they're a very boring class to play. Cast buffs on self, turn on auto attack, and there you go. That's a Spellblade for the most part. There are some things that they can do, but it's not a lot. I did that mistake when I played Pantheon. The misinformation was crazy on Discord. The misinformation in this game is just as bad, if not worse. It's so stinking bad. I do everything I can to get you all the best information I can possibly give you, and I still have people come in here and be like, no, Criddle, you're mistaken. I got to level 15 on the blah blah, and I know exactly what it plays like, and with triple attack on your fighter, even though I'm only level 20, but triple attack when I hit 55 is going to give me 5,000% experience, or damn it, it's just dumb, dude. People are dumb. They have no idea what they're talking about. Not sure if it's because I'm stupid and logged out in Night Harbor, but I've been trying to log in for 10 minutes now. It just keeps kicking me to character select. If it's doing that, I would recommend closing down everything, including the launcher. Open the launcher back up, clicking that repair button a couple of times maybe, and then trying it again. Sometimes that it's done that to me. Too many people try to change it and enslave us lazies with nothing. Yeah. Oh, did I say enslave? Wow. Anyway, yes, gotcha. I'm all for having low APM boring classes. I'm all for having high APM action classes. What? Everybody leave me here? Why'd y'all leave me here? I can't see you. I don't have see and viz. What do you mean right here? I can't see you. Over here. Okay. Where are we going? I'm a cheater mountain climber. The best way to help make it not boring is taunt off healers and cast and shield and let CC pick it up. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is a Spellblade has probably the best outside of tanks, the best off tanking capabilities because of their spell shield thing that they can put up and all that. Yeah. You can do more with the Spellblade, but what do you need to do with the Spellblade? Buff yourself and turn on auto attack. You know, there's not much else to it if you don't want to. Why do people say wizards are bad in groups? Is it because their single target damage can't keep up with melee? That's part of the reason, yes. Wizards are bad for multiple reasons in groups. One of them is, yeah, their DPS, their what's it called? Sustained DPS over time is very terrible compared to other classes, especially melee classes. They can nuke down a mob very quickly, so they can burn something super duper fast, which is really nice. But yeah, their sustained is very bad. And they have to sit down to gain mana quickly, but they require standing up and meleeing or using their mana orbs to get stacks of this debuff on a mob so that they can do more damage to the mob. So it's like they're supposed to be sitting to gain mana, but they have to stand up to do maximum damage. The whole thing is just very counterintuitive. It just feels bad for wizards right now in a group. We're trying to farm an aim mob at the moment. We're trying to figure out if Old Scar has a third drop. We know of 2 drops that it has, but we don't know if it has a third drop that's like an super ultra rare drop or something. And normally mobs in this game, if they're named, have 3 or more items that they drop. A common, an uncommon, and then a rare. And we've only seen the common or an uncommon. Or we've been extremely lucky and we've only seen like the rare and something else. But we've only seen 2 of the 3 items. Skyrim climbing as God intended? Yeah, exactly. Did you check out the new character creation? I did, and I put a video on YouTube. They're actually not bad in a group. They have great emergency CC options. The player base just doesn't utilize these options. They're not needed. It's not that the player base doesn't utilize them, they just don't need it. Right? Like, for CC, you're going to get an enchanter or a bard something along those lines. You don't need, that's not what a wizard's job or role is. You can use them for CC, sure. They can root a mob or whatever, but they're supposed to be DPS. So if a wizard is put into a party, it's there to do damage, and if another class is just better damage, it makes the wizard feel undervalued and underappreciated. The wizard in a vacuum is an okay class, even in a group. But when you start to compare it to other classes in the game, other DPS classes, and what they can do, and the amount of damage that they can put out, the wizard just starts to feel very bad comparatively, especially at higher levels. Not seeing character models in it. Wait, what? Not seeing character models in it, but other than that, looks better. The you're talking about the character creator thing? Yeah, it's better. There's a few things I don't like about it, but it's better. It's neat. Incorrect. Things go wrong. It's not incorrect. It's a difference of opinion, maybe, but it's not incorrect. And you don't always have options for Bard and Enchanter. Every group won't always have those things. What are you doing as a wizard that another class can't do? Specifically tell me what a wizard brings to the party that another class can't do. Don't tell me teleport, because that I'm not talking about that. Because I don't think there's anything that I can think of where a wizard is just like, oh, I'm so glad we had a wizard here. What? What? Instant knockaway root combo. Shaman can do that. Did you know that? So Shaman also can do that. So that's not a wizard exclusive thing. Instantly saves a healer or an enchanter. So like, so does a stun from another class, right? A cleric can stun a mob. A paladin can stun a mob. An inquisitor can stun the mob. There's a lot of other classes that can also save the day. A wizard isn't special, and it should be. It should feel special in some way, and it does not feel special. Can a wizard do some stuff? Sure, but so can a bunch of other classes. That's what I'm trying to get at. There's nobody going, hey, we need a wizard to be able to save the day. I could put in a lot of different DPS that are going to be better DPS than a wizard and just as many save the day type of abilities. And that just feels bad. It just feels really bad. I'm not saying that wizards, absolutely aren't wanted, but I would say that wizards are underappreciated. What's the word I'm looking for? They're underpowered compared to other classes. They just are. If you don't feel that way, then that's cool. I'm glad you don't feel that way, but they are. It's good that people can do multiple things. It is, yeah. Wizards can be good. You're not hearing my point. Wizards can be good at it, but if 5 classes can be good at the same thing that a wizard can do, and all 5 of those are more damage than a wizard, why would you want a wizard over those other classes? If the wizard just can do this, but everything else they do is worse. They don't have the sustained damage that other DPS classes do, but they can do the other things the other DPS classes can do, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. Yes, a wizard can do it, but another class can do it better. Anything you can do, I can do better. That kind of thing, right? And that's the problem with wizards. literally the problem with wizards. Yeah, I would rather have a lot of different classes in my party than a wizard. A lot of classes in the game that people don't go, I really wish we had one of those. No, but that's the thing, is there's not. Wizard is probably one of the worst. Rogue being another one of the worst. Those two are really getting shafted at the moment. Super shafted at the moment. But there's certain things that a lot of classes can do, and my philosophy on it is every class should feel special at some point in a party and have something that they can bring to the party that another class can't do. Right? The wizards is supposed to be damage. Just like the rogues is supposed to be damage. And they are not pulling the weight of the damage that they should be. They should be doing that better than every other class, but they're currently not doing that. A wizard could nuke something faster than any other class. Well, faster than any other class except for the elementalist, which is the exact same at higher levels, because they get the exact same spells. So again, it just doesn't do anything special. It doesn't stand out in any possible way. Whereas almost every other class in the game does. In some way, shape, or form, they have something that they do that's special. After they added the magic missile line, Wizard is a better DPS class than most other DPS, in my opinion. Maybe. I've only gotten my Wizard to like 10 or whatever, so I got to mess with that new magic missile thing a little bit more. I don't know that it really... I don't see how it would have helped that much. I don't know how much damage does that mana orb thing do at higher levels? Is it better for a wizard to just dual wield weapons and just melee attack damage wise? Because it seems like it might be. You know, that double mana orb thing seemed to do pretty low damage. So I will have to evaluate later on. But my point about that, though, is that a wizard kind of has to stand up. So you have an opportunity cost here with the wizard. You can stand up and melee the mob or use mana orb. Either one, doesn't matter. You know, whatever. Dealer's choice. Go for it. Or you can sit down and meditate to gain some of your mana back so you can actually nuke. So right now, the wizard, the way that it's built is they want you to stand up and melee or use the mana orb to get 5 stacks up. Once you have the 5 stacks, you wait till the mob is really close to dead, and then you try to nuke it and get that kill shot so that you get some of your mana back. That is the idea for the wizard. So they're basically always meleeing or using their mana orb and then getting that kill shot, so they're getting 1 nuke per fight. If they try to do multiple nukes per fight, they will end up running out of mana, and then they'll have to sit down and meditate, in which case they're not doing anything in the fight at all. So that's the problem that I see with the wizard in a party, is that a party, generally speaking, if you have, 6 people in your party, let's say, you want to be chain pulling mobs, constantly pulling them, and you're killing mobs very quickly, so you're going to have to nuke once, hopefully at the end of every fight, get that mana back. You're going to be meleeing, you're going to be using your mana orbs, whatever, to get that buff up. You don't have time to sit down and meditate. And then eventually it's going to whittle down to your mana pool to where you're going to be out of mana, and you're going to have to sit down for an extended period of time in a group to be able to gain that back. Whereas other caster classes, pretty much all of the other caster classes, don't have to do that. They're going to be sitting down during the fight. They're only going to stand up to do their nukes or do their dots or heals or whatever it is, and they're going to sit back down to maintain their mana. So that's where I see the issue at. With an elementalist, they're going to be able to do the exact same nuke as a wizard, but they're going to have a pet that they can send in. So they send in their pet at the beginning of the fight, and then they can nuke once or twice throughout the fight because they're sitting down meditating the entire time. So overall, An elementalist is going to be pulling more damage because of their spell plus their pet is doing damage the entire time, and overall it's going to be more. Plus, you have the added utility of the pet, right? The pet's going to have an extra auto attack chance or mana regen or damage shield or whatever pet you have out. So it's got the added bonus of that. So anyway, the point is that the wizard, just compared to other classes, just does not stand up. It doesn't feel great. What does the offense skill do? Anybody really know? Which offensive skill? The offense skill, like you're talking about this skill right here that's called offense. So offense checks against their defense to see if you hit or not, basically. There's more to it. There's a whole mathematical calculation there. But yeah, basically it's your offense dictates how often you can hit a mob, along with like your specific skill in slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, whatever it is that you're trying to hit them with. It's a combination of those kind of things. Wizard doesn't really take off to 40 plus, but it doesn't take off at 40 plus either. I played a wizard at level 60. I played an elementalist at level 60. The elementalist far outshined the wizard. Far outshined the wizard. I mean, it's nice to be able to nuke something down quickly, sure. But an elementalist can do that too. They have the exact same spell at level 60. Literally the same spell. So it just, that's what I don't know. I can't explain it. People that don't want to hear that, they're not going to hear it. They're going to try to defend or whatever their class that they love and whatever. I'm trying to make the wizard better. So people can sit here and argue with me and say that I'm wrong about this, but I literally want the wizard to be a better class. So if anything, what I'm saying will end up benefiting you in the long run, because it'll make the class better than what it currently is. And if you already think it's the best class in the world, cool. It's just going to be the better class by the end of it. So I don't see the point in even debating what I'm saying. After grouping wizards extensively 40 plus, I don't think they have mana issues while chain casting magic missile, the mana regen cooldown, and landing execute nukes. Okay. They don't have mana issues if they're using all of those abilities, yes. However, their overall damage is going to be less because if they can spam nukes, right, which will cause mana issues, or they can hit like one nuke, maybe two per mob, if they get that perfect kill shot so that they gain mana back. That's the problem with them. That's literally the issue that I'm trying to explain. They don't have mana issues if they limit themselves. And then they're not performing as well in the long term DPS wise. So even at level 60, a level 60 wizard has a nuke that does 1600 damage, right? If they cast one of those per fight and then they do some damage with their mana orb or melee damage, that's whatever amount of damage they end up doing. But a elementalist can cast one of those per fight and have their pet who quad attacks. So their quad attack pet is going to do more damage than the wizard will with their mana orbs or their melee damage. And then they're both going to do the exact same damage with their nuke. That's where I'm talking about. So overall, they're just doing less damage than other classes. Compared to elementalists, they're able to cast significantly more nukes with a 20% bonus. But they can't. That's literally what I just explained. If they cast those significantly more nukes, they're going to run out of mana and they cannot sustain that very long because they're not sitting down to meditate. You have to factor that in. Yes, they could potentially burn a mob faster because they can get that 20% buff and then empty their mana pool and then get mana back with their 10-minute long buff that gives their 10-minute long mana regen thing and then nuke again for another half of their mana pool or whatever. Yes, they can do that in a short burst, short window like 1 or 2 fights, and then they're out of mana and they're completely out of commission. They can't do anything at all for the next however many minutes because they have to meditate. Where, on the flip side of that, an elementalist can meditate the entire fight, send in their pet, and can continue to do stuff consistently over time. That's the difference. So yes, a wizard can nuke things down fast, but they're going to run out of mana. They don't have the sustained damage that is preferred in groups. They just don't have it. You're just wrong about this comparison to elementalist versus wizard nuking and how often wizards can nuke. I'm not wrong. I have grouped with many wizards. I've watched their play. I've done it myself on the alpha server on a wizard. I've literally done it. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but continue to say that the wizard's in a great spot and it never gets buffed. Go for it. I don't care. I'm not going to play a wizard. That implies that you are 100% correct. You are speaking anecdotal data. I'm not 100% correct on everything that I say. I'm not. But just do the math on it. Do the math. A wizard that never sits down and tries to melee and nuke mobs is going to run out of mana. And then what are you going to have left? You're going to have a wizard doing very little auto attack damage or mana orb damage until their 10-minute buff comes up so that they can gain mana back. Versus an elementalist pet that is quadding for, you know, up to 70 damage per hit. I mean, it's pretty simple math, I think, but, you know, whatever. I don't care if your class ends up sucking. It doesn't matter to me. Nerf Elementalist? I don't think that Elementalist needs nerfing. I think Elementalist needs changing. Like, it needs fundamental changes to it. It doesn't need to have wizard spells first. It needs to have its own spell lines rather than wizard spells. But that's a whole other topic. I think the Elementalist needs a lot of changes. My experience grouping with those two classes lately at high level doesn't match your description. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. You talked about people going on outdated information, misinformation. I'm telling you, so is the other person, that the current play in beta is not what you describe in your comparison, Elementalist versus Wizard. Okay, so just tell me this then. Like, literally, you haven't told me anything that I already didn't know. So you literally haven't changed my mind. You're telling me that if a wizard and an elementalist have the exact same nukes, do they not? At a level 60 wizard and a level 60 elementalist. It's called Flames of FS. That's the top tier nuke that they have, right? That does 1,600 damage. Now, okay, correct, cool. Now, a wizard can dual wield, or it can use its mana orbs, right? That's what it's one that they usually do, one or the other. But it doesn't get double attack. It just has dual wield and mana orbs. Whereas an elementalist has a pet that can quad attack. So, no other abilities, just looking at that, who's going to do the most damage? Elementalist or wizard? I'm going to say it's going to be the elementalist, right? I'm going to factor in other things here in a second, but we have to be on the same page before I can move past that. The elementalist is going to be doing more damage because of the quad attacks on their pet. So now the idea is, okay, the wizard gets additional nukes and 20% more damage. because of their auto attacks or their mana orbs or whatever. So they get 20% more damage on top of their auto attacks, or with their auto attacks for their nukes. Does that 20% more damage make up the difference between their dual wield versus the elementalist pets quad attacks? Let's assume that that 20% damage makes up for the entirety of it. Let's just assume that it does. I don't think it does. I'm going to say that the quad attack elementalist pet is going to be more than 20% of that damage difference. But let's assume that the wizard can, in fact, keep up with the damage. Now, the only difference is the wizard has to land perfect kill shots to maintain that mana and use their 10-minute long cooldown to get their mana back. Meanwhile, the elementalist just has to sit down, and they're gaining that mana back. So, like, I don't know. It seems pretty straightforward to me. And then on top of that, your elementalist is adding so much DPS to your party because of its just because of its air pet alone. It adds so much DPS to the party. So that's how I look at it. You don't think the 1600 it does. At 1000% does exist. Ignore the... It actually does 1400 damage, though. Flames of F does. Whatever the level 61 is. I thought it was 1600. I'm pretty sure it's 1600. I can go look later. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, why would you not want it to be better? Anyway, Fires of FS does 1600. There you go. I'm pretty sure it does 1600 damage. As soon as you assume something, you are no longer speaking absolute and just guessing. That's true. That's true. It's not currently on the vendor and nobody has found it yet. Incorrect statement. Like, this is literally what I'm talking about, people. Like, just because you don't know of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I have one in the bank. I have one in the bank, okay? Literally that spell in the bank on this character right here. So, it does exist. I'm just saying they took it off the normal wizard elementalist spell vendors. They did take it off the spell vendors, yes. But it does exist in the game. It is currently in the game. That's why I'm talking about it. I wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't in the game. I would be like, huh, maybe it's not in the game. Maybe they changed something. Whatever. It's in the game. As far as I know to that statement. And I've said as far as I know to a lot of my statements, and you can clearly disagree with them, so it's fine. I don't care. Anyway, I'm done with the conversation. If you don't want the wizard to be better and you want to continue playing the wizard in its current state, have at it. Enjoy. Do whatever you want to do. But if I cared enough to be a certain specific meta, and a lot of people do care enough, I would not invite a wizard to my party. If I cared that much to where, like, I was trying to min-max my party, I wouldn't invite one. Because I know that other classes are just better all around. They just are. Especially at higher levels. But I've had many enchanter or wizards. I've grouped with the wizards at 50 plus on this beta. I don't care. Like, it doesn't bother me that they're not perfect. But you know, I feel like it's going to end up causing a problem down the road. It's going to cause people that play a wizard to not be welcomed into groups as much, which is kind of crappy, I think, in a group-focused game. It's just not gonna be great. And I'm trying to help them out. So agree or disagree, that's fine. But I'm literally trying to make wizards better. So if you want to continue to say, like, anybody that's like, I do not understand anyone that would argue when somebody says that they feel like a class should be better. Nope, I'm playing the class and it's perfectly fine the way it is. Don't touch it at all. We don't want to be stronger. Like, why would anyone say that? It seems like a weird thing to say. I don't play wizard, and I don't think they need to be stronger. Well, you don't play a wizard. I mean, okay. That's fine. I think they need something. If they don't get anything, then it's going to feel bad on wizards. I think the root of the issue here is you're saying wizards are bad, and people are saying they are not. And you aren't bending on that? Every class in this game functions in a vacuum. Okay? Every single one of them functions in a vacuum. But you have to compare them to other classes directly to see which ones stand out to be better. So, you know, is a wizard bad? No. Is a wizard worse than several other DPS classes? I think yes. So I would rather have a rogue in my party than a wizard because they have this sustained damage over time and the added effect of being able to sap mobs and interrupt and all of that stuff. So it has this sustained damage over time and that utility that we spoke of earlier, which is the reason that you were saying that wizards are in a good place. I think that wizards should have more damage on top of their current whatever utility you want to give them. I would rather have even a necromancer in my party for the sustained damage that you get out of their pets. Beastmaster for the sustained damage that they can provide. That sustained damage is much better in a group than the wizard's varying damage of being able to nuke down a mob and then not be able to do anything for a couple of fights and then nuke down a mob. That kind of thing. So their sustain is they can do it, but they can't do it as well as another class. That's what I'm trying to say. Do they function in a group? Sure, they function, but other classes function better. Being able to quickly nuke down a mob is proportionally more valuable in emergency scenarios or against named mobs, though? No, it is. I don't disagree with that. And I haven't said anything against that fact. Being able to nuke down, so at level 60, when you're trying to do certain things, a wizard, their nuke capabilities, their ability to burn a mob down quickly, absolutely is good. It is. It's the same as, slightly better than an elementalist, though. But if you factor in the elementalist pet, it's the same as an elementalist. Because they're going to do basically the same damage, but the elementalist is going to have their pet doing damage on top of it. So it's very, very close. But yeah, that's the problem. Is what it was. Christsec is saying is that yeah, they can burn a mob down, and then they basically have to AFK meditate. You know, what ends up happening in a group situation that's farming XP. You get things out of whack when you have like the rotation of the mobs, right? You have 10 mobs that you're pulling, and you pull all 10 of them, and one dies, you pull the next one, that one dies, you pull the next one, and you have this rotation going. Well, a wizard, because of the way that they function, a wizard can really mess up that rotation. You could end up burning down a mob very quickly, and then you have now this downtime between mobs, and it messes things up. It just the whole thing kind of feels bad in a group setting. Again, not saying that they're bad in a group setting. They're just a worse option, in my opinion. I don't use parsers, Sith Duck. People have used parsers. They're out there. They're available. Go find one if you want to go find one. Test everything that I just said. I don't care. If people don't want to make the wizard in any way better, whatever. Whatever. Go for it. Main issue with the whole argument is the absolute. To say that they have lower sustained damage is purely made up. No, it's mathematically. You can mathematically check it. Do the math. I just told you how. Just do the math. They have the exact same nuke as an elementalist, but their melee attacks are dual wield versus a quad damage pet. Like, mathematically, they're inferior. Bye. They're just, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, all the numbers are out there for you to see. You can go look at them. You can also get in a group. Get in a group with a wizard, like the exact same 5 people in a group. Try it with a wizard, and then swap out a different class and see if it changes anything. I mean, I've been in groups that have done that. Literally, we had a party of 6 people. 1 DPS left. 1 wizard came in. The next several rounds of rotations, we weren't able to keep up with the same amount of mobs. Now, that could be the difference in gear. It could be the difference in a lot of things. I'm not going to try to figure all that out, but every time I've done it with a wizard, they haven't been able to keep up. They generally just don't. Not DPS wise. Time to kill feels like it goes down. The amount of mobs that we can kill in a rotation goes down. Just the whole thing felt kind of bad. You have not done the math, though, is my point. I have done the math. I'm not doing it literally right now on the stream, but I have done the math. I'm not going to do it again right now. Like, I already did it. I've done it. I know I know where I'm at with it. If you disagree with it, go do the math yourself. That's fine. Common sense has to be involved at some point, yeah. They're good for 7 out of 10 mobs. The last 3, OOM, pretty basic scenario. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happens. Right? They do really well for a while, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, I got to meditate for a few minutes. And now you're out a wizard. Whereas with an elementalist or some other DPS classes, melee right now in this game, melee DPS just feels better all around than caster DPS. It just does. And feel is a good portion of things, right? Maybe let's assume mathematically they're the exact same, but the feel still matters, right? We could assume that everybody is the exact same DPS all the time across the board, but one feels better than the other one, you know? Basically, yeah, they're saying everyone's done without a parser. If you don't have a parser that's telling you the exact numbers, then you don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, okay, I guess we can go with that. That's crazy, though. To me, Wizard's special trick should be mob kill speed control. They can plink efficiently when you're stable, but burn fast when you want to break camps. Yeah, and that's a very valid thing to say. That's a very valid statement. Bit. I would agree with that statement. A wizard's capabilities to be able to do some damage consistently over time, and then when needed, burn a mob down, that is definitely beneficial. I will give the wizard that. But I don't think that they necessarily do it significantly better, or I would even say better than an elementalist. I think an elementalist also has the capabilities of burning a mob down very quickly, to where you're really not going to see much of a difference, if any difference, between the wizard and elementalist. But the elementalist still has more of that sustain. And that's where I'm trying to lead this conversation. It just has more of the sustain. When a wizard has to burn all of their mana and they completely run out of mana, sure, they killed that mob. They killed that one mob, but at least the elementalist still has their pet that they can send in to continue to contribute while they're trying to get their mana back. That's, yeah. I think the buffs MnM should implement. Yeah. So, anyway. I parsed it, and it basically came down to 7 out of 10 uptime. Rather take an elementalist. They are 9 out of 10 uptime with very small fall off because pet keeps up. Yeah, there you go. And if you parsed it, there you go. Somebody that says they parsed it, you know, I have not personally parsed anything in this game, so. But I do know a lot of people that have parsed stuff, and I've talked to them about it, and Wizards just feel bad. I don't think they said that parses are a no-go. So what they have said, what the devs have said about it, is they don't support parsing, but they're also not against you parsing if you want to. The devs will not be providing a parse to us in the community. So that's basically the stance that the devs have on it, from my understanding. So if you use a parser, cool. That's fine. They're not going to say anything. But yeah. I will definitely say that Wizards' burn capabilities are insanely good, right? Burning a mob down very quickly, absolutely, that is something that a wizard can do, but in a group setting, it's just not necessary most of the time. Sure, every once in a while, it's nice, but I would much rather have the sustained damage in a group setting, which is what we were talking about. You're just not accepting that I'm saying it. That's fine. You can not accept that what I'm saying. I don't care if you accept it or don't accept it. That's your opinion, and you're allowed to have that opinion. Cool. So you're disagreeing, and that's fine. I'm providing the information that you're asking for. That's all I can do. You can disagree with it all you want. There's literally nothing. I've already said this many times. There's nothing I'm going to be able to do to change your mind. You can go play the class, and you can play other classes, and you can see for yourself if you want to. But at the same time, nobody has said anything that's going to change my mind either. Nobody has given anything... has said anything that is going to be like, oh, okay, I didn't think about that. I didn't factor in some ability or whatever. There's nothing that anybody has said that is going to change the way I feel about it. I did say it was my opinion. I don't know how many times I repeated myself that in my opinion, I said that. The wizard is worse than the other classes in my opinion. I said that I don't know how many times. Whether you heard it or not is a different story. But I did state that. Many times. I rolled a wizard to 24, and I'm pretty happy with it so far. I've been melee or mana orb executing mobs. I would rather be a wizard than elementalist because it's nice to have invis myself and no pet BS. And that's fine, yeah. I totally get that. Fair argument. You know, having the not have to deal with a pet and all that, that's absolutely. That's a fair argument. I don't have to deal with a pet. Cool. I've leveled my wizard, my personal wizard, up to level 10 so far on this server, and it's fun. I think the wizard is a fun class. I like their quad kiting capabilities. I like their orb idea. I like the way that you stack up the debuff or whatever, and you nuke, and then you do a little bit more damage, that 20% more damage. I like all of the concepts of the wizard. I really do. I think it makes a very fun, engaging class. But I don't feel like it keeps up with the DPS that it should be doing. That's my opinion on it. I just don't feel like it keeps up. And anytime I've had a wizard in my party, I felt like it did not do what other classes were able to do. It did not keep up. I would rather have an elementalist in my party, or a necromancer, or a ranger, or spellblade, or even a rogue, because I just feel like that damage, that sustained damage that they can do and contribute, is just ultimately feels better to me. And mathematically, doing the math that I have done personally seems to be better on paper. So if you actually add up all the different spells and what I can't get all of these, like wizards are lovely, but I will personally take elementalists to my camps just because of the downtime. Yeah. Well, that's another thing, right? That's another thing that we're not even factoring in. I think I've mentioned it. But we haven't really focused on it. And that is the benefit of the pets, the elementalist pets. The air pet alone is going to boost the DPS of your party substantially if you have any melee people in your party. The wizard doesn't add anything like that. They have the acuity, but that's going to increase the spellcast speed to do what? Burn mana faster? Like, it doesn't... The acuity is going to allow you to burn something down faster, but it doesn't really increase the effectiveness of the party. So that's another thing that I would say that I would rather have an elementalist for its mana regen buff, for its damage shield that it has, or for the air pet's ability to add an additional main hand attack. Those are all very beneficial and overall trump anything that the wizard's going to be able to do. Like, it's the elementalist air pet alone in a full party of 6 players with a couple of melee people and the tank, it's huge. Like, it adds so much extra damage. Some big mobs? They are some big mobs, yeah. They are really similar to classic EQ wizards. I've leveled a lot of EQ wizards and TLPs. They are a miserable class to level, but fun on raids. Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. They are fun in raids. They do a ton of damage in a short amount of time. Absolutely. Fantastic for that. But what they don't do is sustain damage over time. Well, they don't do it well. which is what groups are wanting, right? That's what groups want. It's what plants crave. It's, you know, it's kind of the same thing, like 9 minutes. It's kind of like when people compare clerics and shaman and druid, comparing those as well, right? People are like, well, the cleric can heal for more, and it has ways to avoid mob or the tank or whatever taking damage and all that kind of stuff. Okay, cool. But if the druid or shaman in your party can keep everyone topped off and healthy and maintain their mana doing that, the benefit of having all of their other abilities far outweighs it, right? So the cleric ends up not being a good class in a party because they don't necessarily need more healing. Like, that extra healing's nice, but it's not really needed. And I kind of look at the wizard the same way. The ability to burn down mobs as a wizard is nice when you need it, which is very rare. But it's okay when it's needed, I guess. But the added utility and abilities of the other classes, you know, kind of makes up for it. Cleric is a raid healer. Yeah, they are. Cleric is Cleric is amazing at level 60 plus and doing in-game content, but it feels very bad compared to the other two classes. Can a cleric do well in a party from level 1 to 60? Absolutely. It can heal the party. It has stun. It has the bubble immunity. It has resurrect. It's, you know, it's got some things that it brings for sure. But the other two healers kind of overshadow them in their utility side. Wizard also gets purge, which is huge. Elementalists get purge. They don't get purge. So yes, that would be very nice. However, the purge in general, you got 3 coming. Oh, you got it. Purge in general is just not that great because it's on a 12-second long cooldown, and it only purges 1 buff, and really the only buff that you want to purge is going to be the damage shield all the way at the end, right? Now, Wizard does have Greater Purge, which it removes 2 buffs instantly, but it does have like a 5-minute long cooldown, or maybe 10 minutes, a very long cooldown to remove 2 buffs. So Greater Purge, I think, needs to be changed. Should be a shorter cooldown, getting rid of 2, and that would definitely make the Wizard more beneficial in a party. But Shaman also has Purge. Archer also has Purge. I would rather have a Shaman in my party and have them be able to Purge than add a Wizard to my party. I would rather add an Archer to my party for that sustained DPS and also has the ability to Purge. So those are already, in my opinion, better. You also have an Inquisitor that can also Purge. So all of those I would rather have in my party over a Wizard. But if I didn't have any of those in my party or access to any of those, and the only thing I had was a Wizard, then sure. But Paladin is the go-to because the thing you want to purge most is damage shield, and Paladin can just get rid of a damage shield with one spell. They cast Mark of Crusader, boom, damage shield gone. That is huge, absolutely massive. So yeah, I'm not discrediting Purge on the Wizard. I know about the spell, but there are 3 other classes that can do it also. So again, it doesn't really make the Wizard stand out to me. And I would rather have 2 of those other 3 classes in my party. The Inquisitor, not so much in my party because I'm already playing a tank. But yeah. Should you show off my weapons? Only one of my weapons is good right now because they completely made me mad. They removed one of my weapons, but yeah, I can show them off. So my main hand weapon is this one, which is terrible. Absolutely garbage weapon. It's just what I had sitting around, and thank goodness I had it, because they I had another weapon that they made monk only, and I can no longer use it as of today. Kind of dumb. And then the stirring stick. This right here is probably the best weapon, by the way, for wizards. Best weapon in the game for wizards. It's huge. It's amazing for them. Look at that thing. Very fast damage delay, or very decent damage with a fast delay. It's got strength and intelligence. It's got HP and mana. It's got, you know, all the stuff that wizards need. It's really good. Excellent weapon for wizards. I want to give that weapon to my wizard once I can get some better weapons on my tank here. And they get evac. Evac is nice. Evac is nice. But they don't get evac, group evac, until level 55. They can evac themselves, so they can save themselves. But that doesn't really help the rest of the party. I hope they create more reasons to mix match the healers, because Shaman Druid is busting right now. It is, yeah. I agree. I want to see more stuff with the healers. I want to see something happen with the cleric. I would prefer to see both of the shaman and druid lose their pets. I know that's not going to be a very popular take, but I don't think that they need those pets. You know, they're supposed to be healers, and right now they're able to heal a party as well. They're able to keep a party alive as well as a cleric, to where you don't need the benefit of the cleric spells, of the cleric heals, but then they're also adding damage, like DPS, to the party. So it just makes them better for grouping. So hopefully we'll see some changes. Yeah, we'll see some changes. Other classes have purge, though. They do, yeah. As wizards, you're going to need the mana pool for DPS. Yes. They get a group purge, too. Wizards? No, they get greater purge. Oop, that changed. They get greater purge, which is single target, is it not? Do they get a group purge? I might be mistaken on that, but I don't remember them getting. Or no, but maybe greater purge. Is it everything in the area or something? That maybe that's what it is. It removes 2 of them, and then up, like, maybe on everything in the area or whatever, up to 4 targets or something. I just know that it removes 2. The greater purge does, and it's instant cast, and it's like a. Okay. So yeah, it sounds like the greater purge is the one I'm talking about, which does do area effect purge. So yeah. Yeah, and that's nice. So yeah, that is nice. Their greater purge is nice. If there's that many mobs. Yeah, if there's that many mobs around, yeah, you're probably dead anyway, but but yeah, that would be nice to have for sure if you're trying to purge a lot of things on a lot of mobs all at once. Wait, you have greater purge as well on Gith? Oh, I didn't know. I thought only wizards had greater purge. Okay. That changes things. Apparently, shaman also has greater purge. Yeah, they also have greater purge. So, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Wizard's just not feeling great to me. Let's see. Who's better, Druid or Shaman as a buff bot? That's tough, man. It depends on what kind of buffs you're wanting. Druid is going to be your better power leveler. So if you are a level 60 Druid and you're trying to power level a level, like, low level 1 to whatever player, the damage shield of the Druid, along with the speed of the wild and regen, those 3 buffs alone, makes power leveling a level 1 to, like, 20 character a joke. Once you get into the higher levels, I would say the Shaman becomes the better buff bot because it has haste. That's really the main difference. It's got the haste spell, which is going to, for any melee class, is going to be huge. So they can give you regen, speed of the wild, and haste, and then like the Berserker Wrath or Berserker Strength or whatever the heck it's called that gives you your strength, stamina, agility, dexterity. Gives you all 4 of those. So it's huge for a melee buffer. The Druid starts to fall off in its buffs once the person is like 30 to 40 plus. At that point, it's just they're good. They're not bad to have, but they just start to fall off buff wise. But yeah, they're both decent. Shadow Knight needs to lose his pet too. I agree. Shadow Knight pet needs to get out of here. Shadow Knight, Druid, and Shaman, please get rid of all of their pets. And I know people are going to hate that, but whatever. People hate me for everything I say. You'll eventually find something you disagree with me on. And that's okay. Sorry to bring up Charm, but how do you feel about putting... How do you feel about putting Chanter, Necro, Druid, Charm on the same 18-second duration as Bard? I would rather them get rid of the Bard Charm completely. I think that Charm should be changed to how the Inquisitor Charm works. Personally, like I don't like it. I think it should be like the Enchanter Charm can be like a 5-minute cooldown. It could be a 5-minute cooldown with like a 1-minute duration, and I think it would make it a lot better. But yeah, I'm not going to debate Charm and go back and forth about why all this stuff about Charm anymore. But that's the thing that I would like to see with it. If you want to keep Charm powerful like it is, give it a long cooldown. Give it a decent duration for the long cooldown, like enough duration for one fight, and leave it alone from there. But Charm right now, what it's doing, or how people are using it to level themselves, and then maintaining Charm mobs for really long durations and all that, the whole thing just feels bad. Disagree with the color matching on that outfit. Oh, on my outfit? Yeah. The yellow... You don't like the yellow cloak with the yellow gloves? I have a yellow chest piece, too. It's not very good. Well, it is very good. It's actually a really good chest piece. But it doesn't have good stats on it, so I don't wear it. But it's got a good clicky on it. Pet lost its bugged HP. The Beastmaster pet? Yeah. That thing was so strong. Holy moly. It would make it useless like that? No. Charm? Charm would not be useless like that. Tell that to Inquisitors. Do you think the Inquisitor Charm is useless? It's on a 20-minute cooldown. It lasts for 60 seconds. It's very beneficial. I don't think that Inquisitor should have Charm at all, but it's still a very nice Charm. It was unresistible, and I think it's going to remain unresistible, maybe? I don't know. They might be changing it. Or they did change it, right? Dominate Mind, was that the one they changed recently? But, yeah, 20-minute cooldown for a 1-minute duration, and it was still very much useful. Why remove SK pet? Because they don't need it? Why should they have an SK? Why should SK have a pet? Is a better question, in my opinion. What is the need for the pet? Outside of their one skill that sacrifices the pet, they could change that skill as well. So why do they need a pet? The change they made with Charisma to Charm made a big difference. I think it only made it more tedious and made it to where Charm now requires Charisma in the same way that a tank requires armor class. So I don't really see how it did anything other than make Charmers have to actually gear up. Cool. So now you actually have to get gear, and okay, well, every martial class needed to do the same thing already. And you're still stronger than every martial class in the game with Charm. It's still stronger. So Shadow Knight is literally half fighter, half necro. What is the biggest thing about necro is the pet. Well, that's my point. I don't think that the Shadow Knight or any of the hybrid classes should be half fighter, half of something else. I think a Shadow Knight should be a Shadow Knight. A Paladin should be a Paladin. A Ranger should be a Ranger. Not Druid Fighter, Cleric Fighter, Necromancer Fighter. Like, let's get away from that. Let's completely get away from that and make these classes their own unique class. I think that would be way better. Be like taking res away from Paladin because it's bad for Cleric. Not necessarily. Like a Paladin should have its own reses or something. I don't know. I don't think that a Paladin should have Cleric spells either. So yeah, take away the res from a Paladin. I don't care. Stop making a class that's just a combination of two other classes. Those two other classes are better in a lot of cases. Like, it feels bad, guys. It feels bad. Because they're like EQ reasons? Yes, exactly. Oh my gosh, I can't stand that. Well, they did it in EverQuest, so that means they have to do it in Monsters and Memories. That is one of the worst justifications that you could possibly come up with. Give me a reason why you do it in Monsters and Memories. Not because it was in another game. Why should it be in Monsters and Memories? I think a lot of the things that I'm saying, like, I would not be surprised if they did it with this big class overhaul. Maybe not necessarily exactly what I'm saying, but I think we're going to get a lot of these hybrid classes. They're not going to be hybrids anymore. They're going to be their own class. They're going to be their own unique class with their unique skills that are made for that class. I really think that's the direction they're going. I hope it's the direction they're going. How do you feel about the jump change? I'm okay with the jump change, honestly. I get that people aren't happy with it, but one thing I like about the jump change is that now certain classes are more wanted. They're going to be, they're going to be more wanted in groups. Like, because it's so easy to jump away from mobs, A, it makes the game easier for every class. And B, it takes away some of the benefit of some classes, like pullers. Like a monk being a really good puller and a rogue being a good puller. Like, it takes some of that away, and it's like, okay, well, I can just jump away from a mob, and it allows me on a fighter to be able to pull really well. And I don't know. I like classes having roles and having something special that they bring to a party. And like a blink ability, for example, like the wizard blink ability, being able to jump, roll forward, and get a boost of speed. It's not as good as the blink ability, but it's pretty dang close. You know, in some ways, it's pretty good. I mean, there's no cooldown to it. It was just jump, 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 jump. You can jump like 10 times in a row, 12 times if you had fast metabolism. It's like good at two things and master of none. The one who specializes always does it better. Yeah, usually it does. Yeah, that's why I think that we need to get away from the mashup and just have classes that do stuff. Pet could take some hits like a buffer if needed. Extra DPS because tank DPS isn't great. Fear kiting. So they can still fear kite without the pet. They can increase DPS if they need to. I don't think they're going to need to increase the DPS on a Shadow Knight that much, if at all, if they take away the pet. The Shadow Knight still does pretty decent damage, even without their pet. But I'm not going to debate that. I'm not going to argue it anymore. I'm tired of talking about that. People are going to disagree with me just because they want to disagree. I don't know. I don't know why you could disagree with me. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I don't feel like I feel like the Shadow Knight DPS is fine. But yes, the buffer to take a few hits. Sure, you could say that, but they also have the self-sustain of their life tap damage or life tap procs, so they have some self-sustain to be able to bring their health back up, right? So why should they get the pet that does that And their pet's going to have to pull aggro off of somebody to really be able to take a few hits. So I don't know. I just don't think it needs it. So yes, I do need more examples than that. Those examples, in my opinion, are not good examples for Monsters and Memories. My tablet changing my sentence structure again. That's the memories part. The memories part? No, that's not the This is Monsters and Memories, not EverQuest and Memories, right? Sure, we can have, like, keep EverQuest memories in EverQuest. Like, we had great times in EverQuest. Sure, this game is very, very closely based on that, but we don't have to copy everything from EverQuest. In fact, some of the things that they've copied from EverQuest are bad. So we probably shouldn't copy everything from EverQuest. Everyone is having an opinion, but you're going against 50 years of D&D class design. What is going against 50 years of D&D class design? We don't have to be like D&D either. It's Monsters and Memories, guys. Why can it not be its own thing? Why do we have to make it like something else? Yes, I understand that they did make a lot of the things like other games already, and that is part of the problem. That I think is why they have pushed back the early access a good 5 months, because they realized, holy crap, we have copy and pasted so much stuff from EverQuest. Maybe we should get away from that. They haven't explicitly said that, but I kind of feel that's a little bit of what's happening. They're probably getting tired of being compared directly to EverQuest all the time. I'm getting tired of hearing it. I know a lot of other people are getting tired of hearing it. I mean, it doesn't have to copy EverQuest. Oh my gosh. Break. There we go. Sorry, I'll read some more in a second. I gotta watch this guy, make sure he doesn't do retribution on me. Oh my gosh. Maybe that's why people assume it was an EQ. It should be an MnM. I'm not against or for it. Well, no. I understand that. Yeah, like I totally get. That's the reason that people are giving, is because it was in EverQuest and because they've already copied so much from EverQuest into Monsters and Memories. That instantly becomes the justification for putting it in or taking it out of Monsters and Memories, is because, well, you might as well just stay with EverQuest. But I think that's the whole point that I'm trying to make, is that we don't have to do it because it was in EverQuest. Like, the devs don't have to. Like, they can literally make their own game, and they should make their own game. Do you not feel removing jump only makes Sal stronger as a buff? Oh, I do. Yeah, I would say that it makes Sal stronger as a buff. I have feelings on Sal as well. I say remove the jump and nerf Sal. I'm gonna make a lot of people mad. I think Sal should be a tiered buff. When you get it at level 8, it should start out at maybe 20% speed and go up to maybe 30% speed, and then have a higher level version of it that may go up to 40% speed or something. I don't think we need a 60% run speed buff at all. I just don't. I don't think it's necessary. But you know, it can be annoying to get around, though. For sure, it could be annoying to get around. Since we got 5 more months of beta, how about you come roll on the PvP server for content? Nope. I will not be doing that. Will not be playing on PvP. Hey, Criddle, what are we nerfing today? A lot of things, Couch Potato. I want to nerf it all. So now that MnM has had multiple delays to EA, are you upset with MnM in the same way you are with Pantheon? In a different way, yes. But I'm annoyed with Monsters Memories and the development team. Yeah, absolutely. And I've made it very clear, Tor. Very clear that we've been saying a lot of these issues have been coming up for many, 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 many months, and they didn't get resolved. And now we're having to push back EA, and I feel, I feel, how do I put this? I feel like a lot of people were not heard. Like a lot of issues have come up on the alpha server that are still very present on the beta server, and the devs definitely know about some of them, and they were like, and the community was like, they'll fix it. And it's like, yeah, we keep saying we're going to fix things. We keep saying it'll eventually happen, etc. And it gets pushed back and not done and not done and not done. And then here we are having to delay the early access. So, yeah, I'm very much, just like I was with Pantheon doing it. Very much annoyed with the situation. However, different than Pantheon, they at least came out, Sean came out and talked to people about it. And said, here's what's going on, here's what's happening, here's why we're doing it, etc. And actually talked about it and didn't try to give everybody a big spoonful of garbage that I feel like Pantheon does. And we haven't given them any money yet. That's another thing. That's another huge part of it. Nobody is paid at all for Monsters and Memories. Nobody's given them any money, or they haven't accepted any money from anybody. So, you know, we as players don't deserve anything from them yet. Because we have given them nothing. I can't move. It's going to nuke me. So, anyway, yes. I am a very fair person. People may not agree. They may not think I'm a fair person, but yes, I'm a very fair person, and you know, I'm very annoyed with Pantheon and Visionary Realms, and you know, Monsters Memory is not much different at the moment, other than I haven't paid. I didn't have to spend any money. Raise the Dead is the definition of necromancy. Shadow Knights are not necromancers. It's the calling pharmacist. Work as a doctor. Yeah, I agree. Should change the name as Charming and Soloing. I agree, yeah. Hang on, I can try to catch up on some of this. Hot take, they should have not done non-retro graphics. I mean, I agree. I would have rather them done better updated graphics, but I think that the visual in this game are great. I love the visuals in it. I really do. But I do feel like certain things should have been updated. The UI, for example, definitely could use a lot of work to be updated, and it doesn't necessarily have to look so old school. We can make the UI better, but still have that old school feeling in the game. Those kind of things I would absolutely love to see. I thought the memories part was making it retain the feeling of EverQuest or old school. It's the old school MMOs kind of, that era, which has been dwindling thing in modern MMOs. Yeah, I would say it is. It is. It's about making memories, though, in an old school setting. It's not about EverQuest memories, though. It's not about that. I think they're worried about receiving a cease and desist from EQ legal team the minute they started taking money. I mean, maybe. That's a speculation for sure. I don't know if that's what they're worried about or not. I don't think it is, but it could be. They literally designed the whole game to be an EQ clone, which is part of the problem, right? That's part of the problem. People can you can say that all day long. It doesn't change everything that I've just said. The vocal minority will fight you tooth and nail about it being an EQ clone. I mean, it very much, the classes are very much EQ clone classes. I 100% agree with that, and I want them to get away from that. I'm hoping that this class overhaul that they're doing gets away from that, so we can stop calling this an EQ clone. Just like, please, dear Lord, get away from that. A tank usually loots most stuff. Will the heal sits and gets mana to heal you? Sure, tanks need money for gear, but a caster needs money. That's Brian. That's where communication. This game is not meant to be a game where you don't talk to your fellow players. If you want something, speak up. And if the player in your party, if the tank is taking all the loot, speak up and leave the group. Be like, hey, I would like my share of the loot. If you don't want to share the loot, then I don't want to be here in this party, and leave. That's your prerogative. If enough people are doing it, and if it's enough of a problem, then people will take the hint. They absolutely will take the hint. This game is built around communication. It's built around playing with others. Like, anyway, I want to play the. I don't want to play the running simulator. You're talking about the speed of the wild. Yeah, I would like to see like maybe mounts have run speed bonus to them or something, so that for traveling instead of speed of the wild. I don't know. I just feel like. I feel like the issue is that Speed of the Wild on those 4 classes is so useful, and they don't have anything that other classes can do that's attainable. You know, you can get alchemy and try to level it up. You got to get really high in alchemy to be able to make Speed of the Wild potions. And right now, that's very difficult to do. So if they had something in the game that gave a smaller run speed boost to other classes that was obtainable, then maybe. But they just don't have it. So I don't know. I'm not going to get into the debate of. I'm not going to get into the debate of Speed of the Wild, but it could go a lot of different ways, and I wouldn't care either way. If they left it in exactly how it is, fine. If they nerfed it, fine. I wouldn't be mad about it either way. They should make a version of you, Criddle's Nerf Zone, where you can dual box. Yeah. Everyone is a tester right now. Once you pay, you become a customer. Exactly. 100%. Right now, we're all testers, and that's the difference between Pantheon and Monsters Memories. Didn't Pantheon get something like 20 million buy-in from some company they didn't disclose? They got about 8 million, I think. It was a 7-figure number, but Pantheon got millions from that angel investor, and then they also got millions from their Steam release, and they also got millions from their early access, Kickstarter, all that stuff. So Pantheon has been given millions of dollars over the course of 12 years, and still is where they're at today. That's the issue. Yeah, but at least I can melee here. It's very close, yes. Anyway, I'm kidding. I play a fighter, and I have no abilities, so no one else should either. Yeah. I appreciate your consistency on the case. Yeah, I'm going to be very consistent with it. Absolutely. Like, when they push the date back, and the reasons they pushed the date back, I was definitely a bit annoyed, because I'm like, I don't want to use it this way, but I can't think of a better way to say it. But it's kind of like an "I told you so" situation, or a "we told you so." The community kind of been telling the devs for months the game is not ready for early access. Like there's a lot of things that need to happen, and they're working very slowly on getting those things in place. I really want them to get this game out, and I want them to start paying people. But at the same time, I want the game to be in a better place than Pantheon was at early access. I want it to be in a better place than Ashes of Creation was in early access. So I'm all for them pushing it back, but it is kind of like maybe you shouldn't have announced an early access that you weren't able to actually get done in time. Visuals are cool, but I know people who are into EverQuest gameplay and won't play MnM because they don't like the graphics. Well, yeah. People are not going to like the graphics. If they were realistic, people wouldn't like the graphics. If they are anything, like, I'm not a big fan of the graphics of Adrulan Online. I don't like the blocky characters. I don't like playing a game like Minecraft that's got those blocky voxel type characters. Even the new Pokemon game, I really like the new Pokemon game, but I really don't like those voxel, like the world being, everything being super blocky. I just don't like it. That doesn't mean I won't play the game. I'm not going to take it that far, but yeah, I totally get when people don't like a certain way the game looks. I didn't like World of Warcraft. I still don't like World of Warcraft the way it looks. Game's fun. Enjoy the game. Do not like the way that it looks. So I get that. Do you think with the extended time, people will figure out optimal routes for the new starting cities, or will everyone just stick to Night Harbor? They'll figure out new optimal routes. I think Night Harbor is still going to be the main place that people go because it can have every single race can start there. Every single race and every single class can start there. Whereas Phalandraw and the Underdocs are going to have limited races, and then because of that, limited classes. So I think you're still going to have a majority starting in Night Harbor, but I do think people will find optimal routes in those other locations. I thought the EQ graphics were bad in EQ as well, but it was the only thing around like that in 1999. Yeah, so not much choice. Yeah, that's true. I feel like graphics like this, though, are longer lasting. They last. They withstand the test of time better than like an ultra realistic game. But I would like to see like updated UI and stuff in this game. But I don't know. I like the visuals. I think they're good. Mounts are faster than running the horse anyway, but way slower than Sal. Is it faster? Because they were not going to make it faster. Another reason I don't like the mounts in this game, combined with Sal, if I, as a fighter, don't have Speed of the Wild to cast on my mount, and I have a mount, but I have Speed of the Wild on myself, the mount will not keep up with me. That is really annoying. So now you have this pet lagging behind that you don't know where the heck it is, and it's really annoying because I can't cast Sal on it. Like, that's just another reason why I think that the pets, at the very least, the mounts should match the speed of the player. So if the player has Sal on them, the mount automatically has Sal. If Sal runs out on the player, Sal runs out on the mount. I think that that's what should happen, just to make it like, make the mounts usable by everyone and not just Speed of the Wild casters. But yeah, I don't think EQ Daybreak would have a case since it's a whole different game. I mean, EQ stole from Muds. I would agree with that, JR, but I wasn't going to go into a big debate about it. But yeah, the only thing that EQ can really argue on would be specific names of things in the game. So like if Speed of the Wild was Spirit of the Wolf, or if one of the gods was called Tunair or something, like if those things were the case, then yeah, they could absolutely say that. But this is just a game with classes where you fight monsters and make memories, and none of the things, and at least I'm not a lawyer, but none of the things that I've seen in the game are really something that anyone can copyright or trademark or anything like that. Like like the names of certain NPCs, the names of locations, those things you can, but they're not stealing those from anybody. Those are all unique to this game. So I don't think Daybreak has any type of legal action they can take, but maybe. I'm like I said, I'm not a lawyer. This game without Sal would be so bad. So yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I don't think they should take away Sal. I think they should just maybe lower its effectiveness a little bit, or speed up the enemies. That could be another way to do it. Give every enemy in this game like 20% run speed. So they're just automatically faster than players. That would make it dangerous. If I recall correctly, EverQuest did that, right? So if this game is copying EverQuest so much, Every monster should be faster than a player run speed-wise. But I'm pretty sure that players and monsters, for the most part, are the same exact speed. That's why jumping allowed you to get away from monsters. But I don't know. Who knows? Adrenaline is so good, it makes me look past the graphics. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's great. I would totally play Adrenaline if I wasn't so into Monsters and Memories right now. I would absolutely play it. Server announcement. There is a general internet issue that is affecting the servers. Cloudflare has implemented a fix. Please be patient. It's not us, it's you. Trent. What the heck? Okay. WoW graphics are way too cartoony. Yeah, I agree. I didn't like the WoW graphics at all, but I still had fun playing the game. Jump nerf is weird from left field. I don't think it's from left field. I think that the jump nerf was something that was inevitable and is coming down the line. It just took a while to get here. My theory on the jump nerf is that the devs are going to want to utilize endurance in a different way. So they're taking jump away and they're going to utilize that endurance somehow, some other way. Possibly adding in a sprint feature. Possibly adding in where martial classes need to use endurance to cast their, or to use their abilities. Something like that. But that's just a theory, off the wall theory. I would like to see it. I think it'd be cool. Art style is greater than realism every day. I agree. I think, yeah, I would agree with that. Art style is definitely better than realism because it just lasts longer. Stylized graphics greater than realistic. Render distance is insane far. Yeah, that's another good thing about this. Because of the game being lower poly count, it allows them to render things much farther away and not completely destroy your computer. Part of the reason people say that the game is doesn't run well or uses a lot of CPU or a lot of RAM or whatever is because it renders things off. Look at that castle over there, you know? It's rendering that castle with the lighting and everything on it. And that's not even in this zone. That's in a completely different zone. So I love that. There's a lot of games that can't do that. Let's see, what else? Sao is the only reason to go druid or shaman instead of cleric. That's way off. So Sao is one. The regen, damage shield, the pets, the haste ability that for the shaman, the debuffs from the shaman, the nukes of the druid, the teleport of the druid. Oh my god, what other else can I come up with? That's just the quick ones off the top of my head. Like, there's so many reasons to go druid or shaman over cleric. Cleric, I would say, its ability to stun, its ability to resurrect. And that's pretty much it. I'm trying to think of something else with a cleric. Cleric just doesn't have a lot that it really adds to a party. It can prevent damage and all that, sure. But if you're not fighting something extremely difficult, you generally don't need those abilities. So it doesn't really make up for the lack of those other things that I just named. I agree with you about mounts. I'm glad somebody agrees with me about something today. Anyways, an amazing game, Criddle. I played it, and I hated Minecraft. The graphics. I'm sure AOA is a fantastic game, guys. Like, I'm not talking bad about AOA at all. Like, don't feel like I'm destroying your beloved AOA, right? I think it's a great game. I'm sure it's a lot of fun. It looks very charming. It does look like a fun game. Oh. I'm going to try to move this guy here. Was not wanting to move. But yeah, I think AOA is a fine game. And it honestly, right now, AOA is my fallback if Monsters and Memories doesn't do well. Like, doesn't continue to make content. Cannot get that. I can't get it. For the copyright issues, it's lucky EQ isn't owned by Nintendo. They would find a way. Well, I'm sure they would find a way. They would try anyway. But Nintendo has failed. They've failed before. But Monsters and Memories does have a lawyer that is part of the team and make sure that they stay within legal rights of what they're doing. I believe it's Chinny D, by the way. I'm not 100% sure who it is, but I think it's Chinny D as the lawyer. So, yeah. Unless the developers who work on the game had a non-compete, which are still very difficult to enforce. Yeah, I don't know. I can't play AOA. The graphics turn me off. Hard to get immersed. And for some players, it's going to be that way. Same thing with Monsters and Memories. There's going to be people that just can't get past the graphics, and that's fine. I totally get it. I'm not faulting anybody for that. I think this EA delay opens a door for Pantheon. It does open a door for Pantheon, yeah. Now a lot of people will go back and play the spring update where they wouldn't have if they were busy with MnM EA, assuming Pantheon can actually make the spring update on time. I agree with that entire statement, Tor. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that the spring update coming out, even if it comes out in summer at this point, it's really going to be, it's go time for Pantheon. It is a huge time for Pantheon. If they can actually make that update happen and it functions well and people like it, Pantheon might be able to come back from its year and a half of utter disaster that it's had so far. But we'll see. Some people are like too many burned bridges, right? Too many burned bridges. I'm kind of there right now. Too many burned bridges. We'll see. Am I gonna play it? I might. I don't know. We'll see what happens. If it's good, if it ends up being good, then yeah, I'll probably check it out for a little bit and kind of see what happens. But I have my doubts, and I don't really want to go waste my time on the off chance that it might be good. I would rather just wait and see because it's going to get wiped anyway. This is not the final iteration of Pantheon that's coming out. And they're going to wipe for 1.0 either way. So I would rather just wait and see if it's good first. But I might. I don't know. As a content creator, I might go play it and check it out just to see. But it won't be until after that spring update hits. If and when it hits. If or when, whatever. It does completely blow my mind that they can be working on Pantheon for 12 years and not release it. I mean, there's a lot of games that they work on for years and years and years and don't release. But what blows my mind is it worked on it for 12 years and where it currently is in development. Like, it should be way further ahead, and it's just not. It's like, what is happening over there? This makes zero sense. A lot farther along than Camelot Unchained after 14 years. Yeah, Camelot Unchained is another one. Like, what the heck are they even doing over there? HP buff is really good. Yeah, the cleric HP buff? It is. But not better than the other two classes. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's better than the other two, but yeah, the HP buff on the cleric is good. Yeah. I don't think it's bad. I won't go back to Pantheon unless the rest of the indie MMOs die. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it, to be honest. But as a content creator, I might go try it out and see what happens with it. We'll see. Pantheon has some good stuff. They just need to get more devs somehow. Pantheon started with like 8 people for years. Then Brad died. Well, it didn't start with 8 people. Like, Pantheon had some really good devs when Brad was the head of it. Because people just followed Brad and they created a game and they were doing all this stuff. They had some really good devs. And then it just kind of, just kind of fell apart over the last 4 or 5 years. But I I don't like the idea that people say, oh, the game only had X amount of devs in it, and that's why it's not getting built, blah, 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 blah. Project Gorgon had two devs. Two. And it's released in 1.0. Is it the best game in the world? No. But it had 2 devs, and it released. And it functions. You know, this game had, up until like a year ago, didn't have very many devs either. They've added a lot of devs over the last year. But this game's only been in development for 5 years, and it's farther along than a lot of games. So, yeah. Gorgon is actually fun. Gorgon was fun when I played it. Yeah, I haven't played it since the 1.0 update, but I did play it. And it was good. Is it Camelot Unchained coming out in EA soon? I heard it is. I don't know. Really don't understand how Pantheon is what it is. The player models, mounts, animals, and environment all look like they come from 3 separate games. And then the content. Yeah, well, the issue with that, Quackums, is, from my understanding, is they bought store assets. Some of the stuff they made, some of the stuff they bought store assets, and it kind of came from different places. So it's not a singular art direction. It's several different art directions. Something again that I like about this game is the theme. It's got, you know, this is the art of this game, and this is what we're sticking to. You know, I think Zukin and ZBrush are doing an amazing job working together and getting this game to keeping it the same aesthetic throughout the entire game. Definitely makes a big difference. Pantheon has had 12 years and still no direction. They're still revamping classes and stats. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at with it. Pantheon is they're all over the place. So until Pantheon actually gives me something where I'm like, wow, you actually did what you said you were going to do, I'm going to be hesitant about playing it. Because they'll say a lot. They're kind of like me. They've got diarrhea of the mouth. They will say a lot of words and mean absolutely nothing. Carnage invested money into Pantheon as well, so there's that. He did that a long time ago and had a bad falling out with Pantheon, from my understanding. You guys can go Google this if you want to, but my understanding of what happened with Pantheon and Carnage is Carnage boasted about the game. He talked about it. He streamed it. He did all of that stuff trying to help the game. He gave them a lot of money to build the game, and then Pantheon went in bazillion different directions, and Carnage was like, this is not what I gave you money for. This is not what I invested in. And it kind of made him upset, from my understanding. Again, not going to speak for Carnage, but I don't think it sat well with him. And now I don't think he has anything to do with the project anymore at all. I don't think that if Pantheon came out into 1.0 tomorrow, that Carnage would even play it. He might. Again, not Carnage, but I don't think he would even play it. I think he's done with that project. He is, however, talking about Monsters of Memories. So take that how you will. But he has talked about this game and played this game. So I don't know. We'll see. I gave it 60 hours. The game is 2 out of 10. You gave which game 60 hours? Pantheon? I don't even know if I want to tell you guys how many hours I put into it. I have about 3,000 hours in Pantheon. I had a lot of time in Pantheon. Like a stupid amount of time in Pantheon. It was several thousand. It was a lot of time. I should have quit way before I did. Thoughts? X out of 10? Right now is 0 out of 10. I am so burnt by Pantheon, like it's not even funny. I am so irritated that I put any time and effort into that game whatsoever. I'm so irritated by it. I hope them. I wish the best for them, and I hope they make an amazing game. I really do, but I have my doubts. I really have my doubts. Just because they flip-flop so many times. I think Project Gorgon was a better game 8 years ago than it is now, but that's my personal opinion. Do you think so? I only played it probably 8 years ago. It was a long time ago that I played it, and I enjoyed it then. I've heard mixed reviews now. The biggest thing I'm hearing about Project Gorgon right now is the handling, the way the customer service handles things, or not the customer service, but the community managers or whatever. The way that the community is being dealt with. That's the biggest thing that I keep hearing right now about Project Gorgon. And it's not a good thing. Same thing that we had with Pantheon. Same exact situation there where you had a community manager that was arguing with people and, saying things that they probably shouldn't have to the community. So, yeah. Yeah, that's something that that Monsters and Memories, I feel like, hasn't done yet. We'll see. We will see if Monsters and Memories ends up doing that. Like, that would be like a company hiring me to be their community manager, right? And I just flat out tell people, well, you're an idiot. It was 1 strength, 2 stamina. I tried to move. It was 1 strength, 2 stamina, 3 agility, 4 dex, 5 int, 6 wisdom, 7 charisma. And then like 8 something, 9 something, and 10 something. But now it's 0 strength, like 2 stamina. They completely messed up the stats on it to where it's no longer a measuring stick, and I don't like it. Exactly. That's 100% what they did, is they took away the flavor trying to nerf it. And it's like, you didn't need to take away the flavor to nerf it. So, anyway. Sorry. My friends were talking about the measuring stick and the stats on it, how it was nerfed. And I was like, why did you nerf this? I know why they nerfed it. That's 2, by the way. It did not. While I understand your frustration, if you had fun playing a game so much that you played several thousand hours, I don't know how you can actually get a 0 out of 10. Okay, here's how. I'll explain. Because of the mishandling of the game by the development team and company and whatever. That's why I give it that. I enjoyed Pantheon for what it was. I enjoyed Pantheon for what they were trying to do with it. But because they continue to reiterate it over and over and over and flip-flop on what they want out of the game and all that, that's why. It's 100% why I don't like it. Like, it just irritates me. It really bothers me. It does not sit right. Don't tell me you're making this game, have people buy into it, like hundreds of thousands of people, whatever, 100,000 copies sold on Steam. All these people buy into it, and then flip-flop your game. And then after you flip-flop it, again change, oh, we're going to change this again. And then, oh, now we're going to change this again. That's why. I feel burned by it. I feel really burned by it. It's like one of those, It's like like an ex-girlfriend or something where you're dating somebody and you're like, man, something about this relationship doesn't feel right, and you stick with it for years. You play, you don't play because whatever. Anyway, you stick with that same person for years, or you end up getting married to them or something, and then you realize, man, I should have cut these strings a long time ago. I knew from the beginning that it was bad, but I continued to try to work it out. That's how I feel about Pantheon. It's like a really bad relationship that I couldn't get out of, or I should have gotten out of earlier, knowing that it wasn't going to get any better. And I stuck with it, and I wasted time, and I wasted money, and I wasted energy, and it's just like, ugh. That's on me for doing it, but that's how I feel about it. Spawning named and rare mobs for friends. Cough, cough. Oh, yeah. That whole thing with the... Oh, my gosh, dude. I can't believe they did that. It was clear as day what was happening. And then the devs came out, like the CEO came out and even had a statement about it. And it's like, yeah, but you didn't really look at what happened. Oh, my gosh. The whole thing just bad. What? Oh. The whole thing just felt bad. Just felt really bad. Wait, how did Mickey get in the group if I was the leader? When did I become the leader? I'm so confused. Wait, and then... Well, who's the leader? Then how did I just invite Gam? Oh, I typed it at the exact same time. I was so confused, dude. That's a good analogy. Yeah, that's the reason I give it a 0 out of 10. That's the only reason. But, just like... like some girl that you don't get along with, you don't think you're going to have a good relationship with, and you end up just like I'm doing the whole Pantheon thing again here, right? Maybe they turn it around. Maybe they get their life together after some amount of time and they figure things out. And then at that point, hey, cool. Maybe now we can get along. So I'm not completely disregarding Pantheon. I just right now it's a 0 out of 10 for me. We'll see what happens. They have a very tough hill to climb. I had a good friend of mine actually that dated a girl back in college. They dated for like a year, 2 years, something like that. They broke up, and then several years later, they ended up getting back together and dating. And now they're married. They've been married for like 10 years or something now. Same thing with my girlfriend. We didn't date or anything 20 years ago when I knew her, first met her. We would have not gotten along back then, but we get along pretty well now for the most part. There's always good and bad, but yeah, we get along. So, retail WoW is 0 out of 10 for me, and I still love classic WoW. Retail WoW is quickly becoming every expansion with retail WoW is getting worse and worse and worse. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably go back and play it if I had a group to play it with. I would probably put it around a 5, like out of 10. But yeah, I would rather not play it. But I will play it if people want to. On a side note, I like the Giant stash. Yeah, it's pretty... Well, does this Giant have a stash? He does. Yeah, he's got like a long stash. And he's got, a little bit of a... Yikes. Rough day in Mom as Beastmaster. Oh, dude. Beastmaster got gutted, but it needed it. I'm not even mad about the Beastmaster nerf. Not mad at all. Some of the things that people were doing with those Beastmasters was ridiculous. Ridiculous. Did you also play on Black Moon? I did not play on Black Moon. No, I was on a different server. I did, and it was such a poop show in the end. Had fun doing the cave dungeon with Black Rose, Ghost, Golem at the bottom. The cold area was also pretty okay. The ultra late game was not developed. Yeah, I enjoyed doing the orc area in that game. We did go back for Black Rose Keep for 1 day. I was able to convince my team to go back for 1 day to do Black Rose Keep when it launched. And we ran around in there, did a little bit. Not Black Rose Keep, sorry. The other dungeon, the trenches. We went back for 1 day for the trenches. And nobody was happy with it. We're all like, this is not fun. This is garbage. We're leaving. And then I could never get anybody to go back and play it after that. So, yeah, that's when I gave up on Pantheon. But we'll see what happens. We'll see if they can turn it around. Maybe. Mayhaps they can. Mayhaps they can. Can you pet the dog? You can try to quit the dog or pet the dog. I don't know if it's going to bite, though. I don't know how to rate WoW with that analogy in mind. I played closed beta through the first expansion pack. Loved it, especially the first 6 months after release. Dude, I didn't play WoW. I was really, really hard into EverQuest 2 when World of Warcraft released and was going through its major expansions. So I didn't play the early part of WoW, but I have gone back and played it in like classic type stuff. And anyway, yeah, I think the early WoW was really two expansions, 3 expansions, really, really, really good. After that, it lost me. Then they changed the PvP system and dumbed everything down, and I quit in 2006. Loved the game, though. Put thousands of hours in. It'd be a 0-10 because I bailed before 99% of the people even played it. That's probably true. Mobs with True Sight and Feign Death. It was that whole thing was dumb. Isar hated it because he was playing a monk in Pantheon, but basically the way that Feign Death worked in Pantheon is it kind of just made you invisible. Is effectively what it did. But he could cast Feign Death, but the mob would have like True Sight and it would see through his Feign Death. So it was like monk pulling was pointless in Pantheon. The whole thing. It was just really it felt really bad for him. I prefer monk to be like it is in here, like being able to actually pull. What are the BM nerfs? It said pet fixes in the hot notes. So the Beastmaster pet had insane amounts of health at the higher level. Insane. This is where the misinformation is proven. You can prove the misinformation in this game by going to the Beastmaster forums, reading what people are saying about Beastmasters a few days ago, and people saying that Beastmaster pets had too much health, etc., 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 and then people arguing it, saying no, their health is just fine, and they're like level 20, and they have no clue what happens to the Beastmaster at higher levels. And then we had this patch where it brings the Beastmaster pets way down because Beastmaster pets had like 10,000 plus health. Look how much health I have. I'm a tank in this game. Do you think that a Beastmaster pet should have minimum 4 times the amount of health that I do? I don't think so. I think that's a bit ridiculous. But yeah, they had crazy amounts of health. Crazy amounts. And they were able to, if their pet died, they could resurrect their pet and send it right back in at 60% of that health. So even if they had, let's say, 10,000 health, so 4 times the amount that I have, that means that they could resurrect their pet with twice the amount of health that I have. So they could send in their pet, let it tank until it killed a mob. If their pet died, they could resummon it and send it in again with still like 5,000 health. It was stupidly broken. But people disagreed with it. I don't know. It's weird. I still hope Monster Memories and Pantheon put it all together. I did too. Yeah. Did you play EQ2 Origin Server? I did not. No. I played EQ2 when it first launched. What were we on? Fade Arc? I think it merged to Fade Arc. I don't remember what server I was on in that. But yeah. Befallen? Yeah. So we went Fade Arc to Befallen in EverQuest 2. I had a lot of fun with EverQuest 2. I loved it. But mostly the reason I liked EverQuest 2 was because of the people I played it with. I actually would have quit that game a lot earlier if I didn't have a good group of people that I enjoyed playing games with. Which is, funnily enough, all the people in this group outside of Mickey. Mickey was not in our guild back then, but everybody else in this party, I've been playing since EverQuest 2, and that's the reason I stuck with it as long as I did. And that's the thing to me is if a game can give you that community feel, I'll stick around way longer, even if the game is bad. And I would say that EverQuest 2 was not a good game. So like even Pantheon, if Pantheon was not a good game, but it still gave me that community feel and made me feel like I wanted to log in and play with these people, then I would continue to play Pantheon. But I didn't because nobody wanted to play the game. This game is more along the lines of, you know, the type of game that people want to log into, they enjoy logging into, they make connections with other players, and I'll continue playing the game just for that reason because that's what I like about it. EQ2 is a mess now? I'm sure it is, yeah. EQ2 is an absolute mess now. Classic is not what release WoW was. No, Classic today is not what release WoW was. No, not at all. Not at all. Like, anybody that plays the Classic servers now on WoW and it's like, yeah, this is what it was in World of Warcraft. No, it was not. It wasn't even remotely close to that. There's so many changes that they can't take out of the game. I don't think they could give us a Classic WoW server, like an actual OG original server. I really don't think that's possible. Something has to be done to Beastmaster, but now the pet is one of the worst pets in the game, so Beastmaster lost its identity. How is it worse? How is it one of the worst pets? Didn't they just make it in line with the other pets, the other pet classes? I agree, like that Beastmaster should stand out in its pet, in utilizing its pet and all that. I do agree with that. I'm just not sure how the change made them worse than the other pets. Can carry weapons. We don't have the same mana pool as other pet classes. Well, you don't need the mana pool as other pet classes, though. Like, the other classes use their mana more. So that doesn't matter. But not being able to not use weapons, I can see that for sure. So that you can't give them, like, the proc weapons. Stuff like that. I get that. EQ2 questing is so annoying. Go kill 10 of these, gather 5 of that. Oh, dude. So that's about when I quit EverQuest 2. I played EverQuest 2 from release all the way up until after the 3rd expansion. We went into the 4th expansion, and in the 4th expansion, we were like, okay, we're going to go grind out mobs. We're going to make a party of 6, and we're going to grind out XP, and we're going to level up. And then we realized, wait a minute, all they did was make this WoW where it's all questing. All of the XP came from questing. And I was like, what is happening? And all those quests were literally like you're saying, kill 8 of this, kill 5 of this, do this, like, what the crap is this? There was no, it took the exploration completely out of the game. Removed it from the game. And they're just like, yep, now you're just going to go quest hub to quest hub to quest hub. And at that point, that's when I was like, nope, I'm done with EverQuest 2. I'm pretty sure we played about half that expansion. And then our guild most of us decided to quit. I played, we killed every raid boss in that expansion. And then I was the main tank of the guild. I passed the torch to somebody else. I was like, hey, I will stick around and help you guys gear up another tank. I stayed for several months after that so that they could gear up another replacement tank. And as soon as they had that replacement tank, I was out. I was like, nope, I'm done. So I made sure that they were covered, that guild, and I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't like the direction they went with the quest hubs. So yeah, not being able to grind monster XP is horrible. Yeah, I agree. It was dumb. Dumb change. I don't know why they did it. Does way less damage than charmed creeps or elementalists. Well, charmed mobs, yeah, that's a whole other story. You think it does less damage, though, than elementalist pet with weapons? Yeah, I haven't looked at it. I would probably agree, though, that the Beastmaster pet isn't as much damage, but I haven't looked closely at it. I think overall the Beastmaster with their pet does pretty decent damage. But yeah, I don't agree though that they should have had that health pool. That health pool was drastically OP, like crazy good. So I'm glad they nerfed that, but I hope that they do get some more stuff for Beastmasters. What do you mean? We did earlier. Oh. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a close... It'll be very close, but you probably can do it. I haven't tried. Not only the changes, the player knowledge, everything is known. Release WoW was great because we didn't know anything. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh my gosh, that brings up a very good point about people wanting the EverQuest feel all over again in Monsters of Memories. You can't go back and play a TLP server the same way that you played EverQuest 1 originally because people just know everything. They know what the best classes are. They know where to go. They know where the items drops. They know all the quests. They know how to defeat every boss. All of that. That's the thing about Monsters of Memories that the feel that I like and why I would rather play Monsters and Memories than EverQuest is because I don't know all that information. Well, I mean, I know a lot of it now, but I don't know what the future holds and where we're going with it and all the things that they're doing. It's great. I love that not knowing feeling. Anyway, none of the class, TLP, etc. servers are even close to the originals. They're updated. Yeah, they're all updated and stuff and tweaked and etc. Not to mention just in World of Warcraft, all of the add-ons that people have, right? People have they've made so many add-ons over the years for World of Warcraft that even in Classic WoW, they're there. They still have those add-ons. People don't realize that there's a standardized min-max world buff meta in Classic WoW and Classic now. Oh yeah, there's absolutely yeah. You're talking about the world buff where you have to go get them from like a location and you get like the hour-long world buff or whatever. We started doing that in what was that time-locked whatever server that locked you at level 20 and they added in those world buffs and everybody was like, we got to get the world buff and then go do the raid boss. And I'm like, what is this garbage? Like, I hated that so much. And that's something that I hope they don't do with Monsters of Memories. I feel like they might do that where you can go to town and do something to get a buff, to go out and do... Oh, my gosh. There are around 7 to 8 world buffs you can get now before a raid. Yeah, it's... Oh, my gosh. That is so annoying. I wouldn't want to play the game like that. Sorry, I gotta. Oh, I don't have to pay attention here. Never mind. He's not gonna cast his big nuke. We run out of mana pretty fast with Swarm, Fatigue, and then maybe we can cast 3 heals. Our damage is fine in groups, but insanely hard to solo or off tank. Yeah, the way that they were soloing previously was because the pet was crazy strong, both health and low aggro. My 2 best weapons was changed to monk weapon as well. Oh, yeah, that happened to me. I literally logged in today with a weapon that was changed to a monk weapon, and I couldn't use it anymore. Made me so mad. So that also, the Haldir was changed. Yep, that's the one that I had. Yeah, the Haldir fist. Felt really bad. I logged in today and I'm like, oh, great. One of my weapons is absolute garbage. Well, it doesn't work. I can't even use it. So now I have to use a garbage weapon until I get a better one. So felt super bad when they did that. A level 60 warrior naked with just a weapon and world buffs will do more damage than a fully geared warrior without. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't like that kind of stuff. Yeah, I just don't like it. Like, I wish... I don't know. I hope that that Monsters of Memories doesn't ever do that with the world buff thing. Now, if they had like a special thing, a special type of world buff that you could get for a specific boss, that's a different thing. That's cool. That's fine with me. Like, go and bathe in this certain pool to gain a buff so that you don't take a nuke from the boss or whatever. I don't know. That would be okay. But yeah, other world buffs don't feel good. I hope that MnM changes things in a little beta zones with EA launches, like add some new drops or change some drop tables, maybe new named mobs. I think there should be a lot more named mobs in this game, and the named mobs should be more common. We've been pulling here for how many hours, and we haven't seen a single named. And there's 4 spawns. We're clearing 4 spawns that could be a named, and we haven't seen a single name in a couple hours. Like, that just feels bad. Up the rate of the named, reduce the rate of the rare items if you don't want them to be in the game or whatever. But that feeling when you get a named mob, that dopamine hit is, needs to happen more often. I saw a YouTube video about early access getting pushed back, so I decided to stop by and say hello. Hello, what's going on, Faded? How are you, bud? Wouldn't it be less of a dopamine hit if they were more common? Well, no, it would be less of a hit, but it would be more frequent of a hit, right? So, it would change it. Like right now, the way that it feels for me anyway, I can only speak for myself in this, but the way that it feels is just like after you're here for hours and hours and hours and you don't see a name, you're just like, this is dragging on and on and on. At least if you see one named an hour or something, you at least feel like, ooh, I have a chance of something good. But right now, we've literally been sitting here for hours and not a single name. So, I don't know, it feels bad to me. Wouldn't it be, let's see. There's a balance between a rare spawn and too frequent. Yeah, there is a balance. And right now, I think it's too rare. I think it needs to come up some. Then there's a point where it's too frequent, right? There are mobs in this game that are 100% spawn chance. 100%. They're always up. And they drop loot. And then you have other mobs in the game that have like a 10% spawn chance and have crappy loot. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. It makes 0 sense. Yeah, 1 hour. Yeah, I would say 1 hour is fair. Maybe even 2 if it's, just unlucky. But, yeah. More spawns but less drop rate? Yeah, that's what I would like to see. It would be neat. It would also help out with the economy as far as getting more enchanting materials into the economy, because enchanting it's in a weird place. The best way to level enchanting is by going out and harvesting nodes and hoping to get those magic fronds and crystallized things for your enchanting. But breaking down magic items is supposed to be the main way, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's not. It'd be neat if they made boss spawn locations in the loot table server unique, so you can't learn or look up the other through personal experience or very recent data mining. It would take away... some people would like that, Tor, but I think some people wouldn't like that. I think some people like the idea of knowing where things spawn and knowing what happens in a certain area. So yeah, I mean, it's a way that they could go, sure. I think some people would like it, and I think others would not like it. Doing really well, thanks. Definitely a bit disappointed about the EA delay. I have an unpopular opinion about it, but I think the delay will hurt the game a lot. Yeah, you think? I think the game, we had that momentum, and I definitely feel like the delay might slow down that momentum a little bit, at least for a couple of months, and then maybe it'll build back up as we get closer to early access again. But they definitely had some momentum going, and it could potentially hurt them. Potentially, yeah. Do you think there would be a drastic change between now and EA come October in the game? I expect there to be a pretty drastic change, yes. Class consolidations, class consolidation, like reducing the number of classes, no. But taking away the homogenization of classes, yes. I think we're going to see more of that. Spells, racial, etc. How long do you think MnM will be relevant? 3 to 4 years? Love the content. This game could be relevant for decades, just like EverQuest or World of Warcraft. It can be, but will it be? I don't know. I think that depends on the development team, the process, and what they do with it. Right now, they're saying they want to focus on group content, mostly. They don't want to focus on in-game raid content. There will be in-game raid content, but that's not going to be their primary focus. Whereas in things like World of Warcraft and in EverQuest and even in Final Fantasy, a huge chunk of those 3 games is focusing on in-game content, the stuff that you do at max level. And I personally feel like they're going to probably eventually have to start doing that in this game if they want to maintain an audience long term. That doesn't mean that everyone will be playing it and doing it, but what I like to say is that those casual players that don't necessarily raid always want to look up to somebody saying, maybe one day I'll have that gear, or I'll be able to do that content, or I'll be able to see this thing or whatever. So they always have something to go after, and I think that's why they need to have that higher end content. Because even the casual players will eventually want to do that lower level or that higher level content. It just might take them longer to get there, but they would still probably like to see it at least once. So I think that depending on the direction they go with this game, they might be able to maintain it for many years. But if they don't go a certain direction, then it's going to be tougher. But, that's my opinion of it. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Best way to level enchanting is to buy BCM. Depends on what level you want to level it at. I know of a better way to get enchanting materials than that. And they still haven't taken it out of the game. Why they haven't taken it out of the game, I have no clue. I hope they're still doing a bunch of beta invites. They are. They're still doing a bunch of beta invites. They're going to be doing them every Friday. That hasn't changed. I've been holding pattern for months now. Play the game. Yeah. It's going to hurt some people. Some people, we're ready for this game to come out in June, and now it's not going to, so... I understand it needs more time, but too long of a beta getting wiped. I mean, a lot of people will burn out. 100% faded. I agree with you. Absolutely. Will be a lot of people that are going to play this game and burn themselves out, and then they're going to just not play the early access when it launches. 100% agree with that. So we'll see what happens. But I think there's already people let me see. There's already people that are not logging in as much as they did previously in the beta. Like right now, there's 534 people online at 7:45 East Coast, which is basically prime time. Last week, there probably would have been 700 people or more. So I already think that it's getting to that point where people are like, okay, I've had enough. But I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Just don't see how they can get all that stuff done during summer vacation time. And all the previous guy just said a lot of people took time off. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. We'll have to see how what happens with it. I like that you can explore and find rare spawns and then find them again in the same location. I'm very split on the wiki part of it. I don't like people who can just look up mobs and items without exploring it themselves. Yeah, but you're not gonna be able to stop them if they make it a static thing. You're not gonna be able to stop that. So I know it feels bad for some people, and I get it, but that's gonna be a tough one for them to. They're not going to be able to change anything with that. People are going to either look it up and they're going to know where it's at, or people are going to look up guides. They're going to look up maps. They're not going to go and explore themselves. A lot of people won't. I don't care for raiding myself. I hope they have lots of full group content. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't care for raiding, but I still think that the raid scene helps the game grow and helps the game stay relevant. I'm not saying they have to focus on raiding, but I feel like they need to have a decent amount of raiding in to maintain players always something to go after, right? I think it's very important. Take care, Henny. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you hanging out with us today. Same boat. I'm intentionally not playing the alpha or beta and not burn out. Now there's a delay. A lot of people might get hooked on EQ Legends and other stuff. I don't think EQ Legends is going to be an issue for this game at all. I think that EQ Legends is going to be a novelty that will wear off very quickly for most players. I think there's a lot of people out there that want that solo game, and or they think they want it, and they do want it a little bit. But they're the type of players that are going to play for a little while, and then they're going to quit. And they're just going to move on to something else. They're not the type of players that stick around, join guilds, and continue to do stuff in the games. So I don't think it's really going to affect it too much at all. I'm glad they're making EQ Legends for those people. Because I don't personally want to have those people in this game. I know that sounds kind of bad that I say it that way, but I don't think those people really want to play this game because this game is supposed to be group focused, whereas EQ Legends is supposed to be more solo focused. So they're different animals to me. But we'll see what happens. Again, with everything else, I could be completely wrong. The logging in less already. If you pump in hundreds upon hundreds of hours to do a game and see 80% of what it has to offer, it's going to be hard to retain them for long term. Yeah, it will be. Because when the game actually launches in early access, let's say they launched in early access in June with what they had. They only are going to be adding in, like 5 new zones. So it's not going to be adding in a ton of new content. And people aren't going to really want to do that. Like, there was already people in the alpha that were like, I don't really want to play beta. So they didn't log in for the beta because they're like, beta's going to be a couple months and then they're going to go into early access. So they specifically said, you know what, I played enough in the alpha. I don't care about playing in the beta. I'll just wait for early access. So same thing's going to happen with this game when you get into early access. If they've done everything there is to do in it, they've maxed out characters, they've got best in slot gear, they're just not going to want to log in. So I definitely see that happening. I think there is a pent-up demand for what MnM offers as opposed to WoW. I believe the target 10 to 15K subscriber count will be blown off the doors come January. It'll be very popular. Hope they succeed. I think so too. I think that, and their 10 to 15 10K player count is not what they're hoping for or needing or anything like that. That is more of a, if they have 10 to 15,000, they're going to hire more people. They're going to bring more people on full time if they can maintain that over some amount of time. I personally think they're going to have 30 to 50,000 subs day one of early access. But maybe not. I don't know. I think now it might even be higher than that, pushing it back to October if they continue to build momentum. But that momentum could slow or it could completely stop. That's basically what happened with Pantheon, right? Pantheon kept pushing things back, kept delaying things, kept changing things, and people got fed up with it. They got tired of it, and now Pantheon is trying to build back what they already had, and that's rough. That is super rough. So, yeah. Molten Core, Onyxia, there we go. Classic WoW rating was peak. It was really good, yeah. The 40 man were awesome. I hope we get to see higher player content or player count content in this game. Right now, the raids are no more than like 20-ish people. Well, I mean, the current raids in the game, there's 2 raids, I would say, that need like 20 people. Or it makes it easier to have 20 people. Everything else in the game, all the other raid content, which there's like 3 other raid bosses that I can think of, you can kind of duo them or small group them or whatever. Like, you don't need that many people. They need to fix them. So I'm hoping that we end up with... I'm hoping we end up getting high-level raids or high player count raids. Do you think a new scope is realistic? Stability, fixing lags and group issues, redoing itemization, complete class revamps, subscription, financial stuff, adding new races, adding new starting zones, all in 4 to 5 months? Well, we have to remember that they had planned to release more zones in early access and then again more zones in September. Those zones, a lot of that stuff had already been worked on. It is already, 80% done. So some of that stuff, they had planned to have it done by the time that September comes around for early access anyway. So those additional zones I don't think are a big deal because those aren't part of any of these itemization issues or class rebalancing or anything like that. I think right now the most time-consuming thing that they have going for them is the class overhaul. And that includes the itemization that they need to do. I think it's both of those things. So, is it enough time? I think so. If they can buckle down and start getting some things in. I was saying at the beginning of beta that it was probably enough time to get into June 1st if they were able to push out content updates frequently. Then they did not push them out very frequently. They actually put weeks between them, and it's like, okay, the beta's now been, 7 weeks? And we've had a couple of patches, but nothing big, nothing major, no huge changes. There's just a lot of that stuff needed to happen weeks ago, and it still hasn't happened now. So I was expecting to see more of these changes 3-4 weeks ago. So, and now we're looking at a week to 2 weeks before we even know what the class changes are going to be. So yeah, there's no way they were going to get that out by June 1st. Could they get it out by October? Yes, they could if they buckle down and get it done, which hopefully they do. I think we'll find out the details in this class revamp. Yeah, if they pull out pets and nerf charm and other things that make grouping better, they're making that focus. Exactly, yeah. If they leave the classes as soloable post revamp, this game will lose its grouping. I think that if they leave too much of the stuff in, too much of the game being soloable as it is now, they're going to lose a lot of their player base. I honestly believe that. I think that people are going to they're going to be like, look, you sold us on the grouping of the game, and now you have clearly gone the opposite direction of that. And we've been telling you that too many classes can solo, and you're continuing to say that it's okay those classes. Anyway, yeah, I think they're going to lose out a lot on their integrity, I guess. Like, I don't know what word to use there, but they're going to lose out a lot. They need to get back to the group-focused gameplay. Absolutely need to get back to it. I bet they're going to be slammed hard, EA. I remember when WoW released with like 20 servers and needed 100 more. They're going to get hit pretty hard. They have a plan for it, though. They're able to spin up servers very quickly. So I think it's going to be a little bit different than World of Warcraft back then. Because back when World of Warcraft released, it was harder to just bring up servers. You know, like they had to actually get machines and build them up. Now you can pretty much just call up Amazon and say, hey, I need a server. And boom, you just upload some stuff to it. Boom, you have a server. Like, you can just spin up a server in a matter of minutes. Whereas back in the early 2000s, it was much more difficult. So I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. But I think that they're going to get hit pretty hard. They're going to have a lot of players, and they're going to have to open up a lot of servers, which means that several months down the road, 6 months down the road, they're probably going to have to close some servers and merge them. So I hope, or I know that they have a plan in place for that. Hey, our first named in however many hours we've been here. Holy moly. Look at this. We got Old Scar. You're not totally remove soloing? No. I don't think they should remove soloing at all. That's the thing. This is not a so you hate waffles comment, right? Just because grouping should be the best way to play doesn't mean that you hate soloing or should remove soloing. So don't get me started on that, please. Solo ability should be a viable way to play, not the best way to play. Bring back 72-person raids. I would like to see it, right? I would like to see like crazy amount of raid people, but you know, I think something like a 40-person raid might be okay. Do you see revamps going as far as completely changing the identity, abilities, and spells of certain classes? More of a mix of matching the existing abilities types of thing. I think it's going to be both, Fated. I think we're going to see complete overhaul of some classes, and I think we're going to see just some tweaking to other classes. So I think it depends on the class. You know, some classes are okay the way that they currently are, and they don't need a whole lot of changing. But the other classes need full-on, complete revamps. So I think it's going to be a mixture of the both. Have you decided what race class you're going to be in EA? I'm probably going to be a dwarf fighter. Most likely. That's what it's looking at right now. Outlaw's hand. They can, yeah. So, yeah, Mickey might want it. I was talking about higher player count raised, not soloing or anything. Oh. Starting zone lag is already nearly unplayable. It is. Yeah, in this game, yeah. Night Harbor is just terrible. It's terrible. Do you think that the 4 starting zones will help fix the lag? No. No, not at all. I don't think it's the amount of players that are in the zone that's causing the lag. I think it's some other things that are causing the lag. Did you get the drop you wanted? No, that's not the... Well, that's nothing new. We've seen that before. Do you think they pulled a D4? What do you mean by pulling a D4? I like Diablo 4. I thought it was a fun game. I still think it's a fun game. But yeah, I don't know. But what happened with Diablo 4? D4 lagged super bad when they first came out because the town not only did your stash load, but everyone else there did as well. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, Diablo 4 did have some really bad lag. I was mad when Diablo 4 first came out. I was like, I'm going to be one of these people that plays a hardcore character and all that kind of stuff, right? I wanted to play the hardcore. I wanted to try to get to level 100 as a hardcore and all of that. And I lagged death like 3 times, and I was like, I'm never playing a hardcore character again. Ever again. I refused to do it. That was the last time that I decided to do it because I was like, and I won't do it in this game either. You can do hardcore in this game. I refuse to do it because server stability dictates if you live or die sometimes. And it irritated me so badly. So, yeah, I don't know. But do I think this game's going to do it? I mean, it's definitely not great sometimes. Why can't I get up there? There we go. Can't make it up there either. The White Tower is weird and full of things that are bugged out. But maybe it would be a good idea to remove the tower from the zone and make 2 separate zones. Talking about Night Harbor. You're talking about the Pale Tower? The Pale Tower over in north side. Yeah, that area is a bit wonky. Yeah. White dwarves cannot jump. We sure can't. It's that new change that they made. They used to be able to jump up there easily, but this new jump nerf ruined it for me. It's ruined. Ruined. Oh my goodness, it's 8 o'clock. I may have to cut the stream off here pretty soon. I'm going to try to set up a new stream PC for tomorrow. That's it. Nerf jump. Time to quit. Yeah. Nah, it's all good. You can still jump up here. It just takes a little bit more finesse. And you know dwarves, they're all about the finesse. All right. What I think I'm gonna do though, I'm enjoying chatting with you all, like especially this late night chat. This is a lot of fun. But I have been streaming since like 9 o'clock this morning, so I'm getting kind of tired, and I just kind of want to zone out. Like I just want to zone out. So what we're gonna do, I'll leave it up to chat. We can raid one of two people. We can raid Zukin, who is an artist. Sculptor for Monsters and Memories, or we can raid Slayheim, who I had an interview with Slayheim that came out on Sunday, and we just kind of talked about the indie stuff in MMO, so I just wanted to kind of throw that back to him and thank him for that. So those are the two options. What do you guys think? Who would you rather be thrown over to? Zukin Sculpts or Slayheim? And we're going to throw you over there to their direction. If nobody has any preference, then I'll choose. The other guy? Which other guy? But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. I do appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying the chats. But yeah. Take care. I'll probably just throw you guys over to Slayheim. I want to give him some love since he made that video recently. So I'm gonna throw him some love over on Steam or on stream. So yeah, take care. Have a good one. I'll see you next time.